Hello, this is Rose Munoz, and we're here for the June 14th Board of Education meeting. We are going to start with closed session unless there's any public comment at this time. Okay, I'm being told that there's no public comment, so the board will go ahead and go into closed session and return at 5:30. Thank you. Good evening. I'm Rose Munoz, and the board just came back from closed session. No action was taken in the meeting, and I'd like to start with the language access.
Good evening. We have Spanish interpretation available. We have the audio equipment in the back table, and we also have ASL interpretation available. And we also have Spanish interpretation available over Zoom. Muy buenas tardes. Tenemos interpretación al español disponible aquí en la sala. Tenemos los audífonos en la mesa de atrás y también tenemos interpretación al español disponible por medio de Zoom. Gracias. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Maldonado, can you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Absolutely. Everyone rise and face the flag, please. Put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, and for the superintendent's report, please.
Thank you so much, Board President Munoz. Good afternoon, board members and members of the public with us here today, cabinet members. We are going to go ahead and begin our superintendent report for June 14, 2022. If we can please have the slides come up. Today was a pretty exciting day. We know that schools are out, but we still are moving forward with so much work that we continued during the summer. We had an opportunity. Oh, 1 second. I am being told my team needs it. It should be with you now, Sandra. Well, I'll start with our nameplates have a flag in front of them because today is Flag Day, which was the date in 1777 when the United States approved the design for its first national flag. We also had an opportunity today to participate in the ribbon cutting of the new flagpole at Santa Barbara Junior High School. And we celebrated that this afternoon. We had board members, Board President Munoz, Board Member Sims Moten, Board Member Ford. I keep calling you Board President, Kate Ford. For coming to the celebration. We also had distinguished guests, Supervisor Greg Hart, Supervisor Doss Williams, and of course the amazing Principal Ariel Carey. We want to thank her for her leadership in returning this flag to its rightful place in front of the school. We were also serenaded, or not serenaded, but we got to hear the amazing voice of Audrey, one of our teen stars, and some students come and do the Pledge of Allegiance. And so we're really happy to return or to have this historic flagpole back up again with us now at Santa Barbara Junior High. And you can see that the picture shows it was a perfect day in Santa Barbara. Next, we have the pleasure of bringing you two graduates who still returned. I had asked about, I know that many of us participated in some graduation speeches, but I know it's always neat to hear them here at the board meeting. We have Lexi Lopez and Wendy Benitez. And I think one's doing them in English and one's in Spanish. So we'll go ahead and start with Lexi first. If you can please come up and share your graduation speech with us.
Hello. Okay. Right now. Okay. Buenas tardes, bienvenidos a todos. Primero quiero darle las gracias a nuestra familia y a nuestros amigos por asistir a nuestra graduación. Y para los que no pudieron asistir y están mirando nuestra graduación en vivo, gracias. Primero quiero decir que estoy tan orgullosa de poder pronunciar un discurso en nombre de la clase de 2022. Quiero decir que hoy es nuestro día, pero también es un día para reconocer lo fuerte que somos. También es el día de tener puestos nuestros colores de nuestra escuela una última vez. Clase de 2022, lo logramos. Oficialmente lo hemos logrado, pero no empezamos aquí. Empezamos en el año 2009, en la primaria, en los años tan sencillos cuando todavía teníamos el sueño de crecer, donde nos preguntaban, ¿qué es lo que tú quieres hacer en la vida? Cuando habíamos crecido y llegamos a la preparatoria. Estos años de la prepa fueron los años que muchos de nosotros podemos decir fueron los más complicados y más ansiosos de nuestras vidas. Aunque conocimos a nuestro primer amor y aún hicimos amigos de toda la vida, aunque nos pareció un tiempo largo, antes de que lo pensáramos, estuvimos caminando por los salones de Santa Barbara Senior High School. Muchos de nosotros nos sentíamos muy nerviosos y muy ansiosos, y no sabíamos que los próximos 4 años iban a ser como una montaña rusa, pero lo logramos, empujamos y salimos adelante. Superamos los incendios, los deslaves, el coronavirus, la pandemia, y a pesar de que tuvimos que despedirnos de algunos de nuestros seres queridos, juntos somos más fuertes que nunca. Algunos dirían que hemos nacido en el año de suerte, con la mayoría de las escuelas teniendo exámenes opcionales, hasta teniendo nuestro último año lleno de muchas actividades. Y ahora tenemos la gran suerte de estar sentados en el nuevo estadio. Después de hoy nos vamos por nuestros propios caminos, vamos a enfrentar al mundo real. Oficialmente vamos a ser adultos. Algunos van a decidir continuar con sus estudios, asistiendo a City College, una universidad de 4 años. Tal vez no decidías seguir con sus estudios, tal vez pensarías unirte al servicio militar. Gracias por tu servicio. A donde la vida te lleve, cualquiera que sea tu camino, solo quiero decir que estoy tan orgullosa de ustedes. Quisiera recordarles que deberían de vivir la vida que ustedes desean y no la vida que otros quisieran que tú vivirías. Ha sido un gran honor haber tenido la oportunidad de ser un don y de ser parte de una escuela con tanta historia y con un inmenso orgullo. Recuerden, una vez un don, siempre un don. Gracias. Thank you.
Thank you, Lexi. If you didn't figure out, she is a Dawn from Santa Barbara High School. Next, we're going to have Wendy Benitez from San Marcos High School. Muchas gracias, Lexi.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Wendy Benitez Jaramillo, and I would like to give a warm welcome to everyone here. Families, friends, teachers, staff, administrators, and especially the class of 2022. We are gathered here today to celebrate all of your accomplishments from the past 4 years. We did it! Woohoo! But it was tough. We overcame personal and academic challenges while adapting to conditions we never expected. We made it to this day because of the resilient royal spirit and love you all carry within you. I especially want to emphasize love, because sharing your love with others can truly go a long way. We don't know what other people are going through, and even the smallest bit of love can make one's day 10 times better. I know you all have love within you to share because you have supported and motivated one another during one of the most strangest and difficult moments of our lives. Let's continue to be kind to everyone we encounter, because the reality is that we are all connected to one another. It is an ancient philosophy of Lcap. I am you, you are me. And getting to be here at San Marcos High School these past 4 years has really proved that to me. All of the teachers and students have gone above and beyond to make our high school experience the best possible, and I cannot express my appreciation and gratitude enough. So thank you to every one of you here today for being who you are. You are all unique individuals that have so much ahead of you, and all I can say is that I am proud of every single one of you. We have created some of the best memories and strongest friendships here at San Marcos that will last a lifetime. However, we all know that adventure awaits us. So once again, thank you from the bottom of my heart to everyone here today. You should be very proud of yourselves. I wish you the very best on your next adventures and keep sharing your love. Congratulations to the class of 2022. Thank you.
I always say when I'm feeling like I don't have wisdom, I just have to turn to the young people to remind us. Thank you, ladies, so much, and congratulations. Next, we want to recognize our very own Dr. Fran Wagenek, who was the Crystal Apple Award winner. Crystal Apple Award winners are selected for their dedication, instructional and motivational skills, ability to challenge and inspire students, and their ability to meaningfully engage with students, staff, and community members. When she received this award a couple of weeks ago, people spoke of Fran's breadth of experience, in depth of knowledge, strategy, and vision that is hard to come by. Her beliefs and behavior constantly demonstrate curiosity, openness, respect, and caring. She deeply values diversity and justice and establishing a reputation as a champion for equity. She helps respond to crisis. She helps schools wrestle with loss, grieving, and unimaginable times in a way that honors all people and supports them with the appropriate resource. We are very proud of you, Dr. Wagenek. We know that you're a mentor and an inspiring servant leader who is professional, fun, and relatable. Congratulations on your Crystal Apple Award. On an almost related topic, the next update I'd like to bring the board is the school safety update. We can go to the next slide, please. I want to bring to the board that we have reached an agreement on the issue of community resource deputy at Dos Pueblos and Goleta Valley Junior High School with both the City of Goleta and the Sheriff's Department. The City of Goleta is reviewing the final offer at their meeting on June 21st, and we expect to bring this board the final agreement on June 28th. Next slide. As you can see, we're beginning this tradition of recognition of employees, and as we have done with many of our parent squares, we call them unsung heroes. And it's turned out that we are now getting others to give us information who we should recognize our unsung heroes. So I wanted to share that we received this letter from a 5th grade parent at Harding, Chris Erea, who said they wanted to give a shout out to our janitors at Harding. They had a big move last week at our school. 3 of their portables were being replaced, which created a domino effect for teachers moving around. Our custodians were working really hard to get the rooms cleaned up and all the stuff ready so that the movers could put that all back into the new classrooms. Carpets, floors are getting cleaned every summer, and it's a huge job. But this year, not only did they do the normal cleaning and normal tasks, but they went above and beyond, moving all the materials back in classrooms when the floors were done. It's a huge task, and they wanted us to know that they wanted us to recognize and give them a big thanks. The next recognition, it comes from one of our Dos Pueblos history teacher, Bart Salcido, who sent me a note very late one evening, wanted to recognize Gina Pierce, and we added Rob Cooper to this recognition because we know they work well together and closely together. His comments about Gina Pierce in a training they had this summer, it's only been a week, is that she's efficient and professional in the workshop that she led. He learned a great deal about how to use Canvas and now feels confident in its implementation and wanted us to know that we should recognize Gina's excellence in her job. Thank you, Gina and Rob. And of course, board members, we did have closeout schools Friday, June 3rd, and this following Monday, we started with our Summer of Learning. And I want to thank all the teachers and leaders who were right back at it this Monday, engaging in summer school and professional learning in preparation. We had over 70 elementary teachers and administrators come together for 3 days. I also want to thank the cabinet team and experts and specialists who put together all of this training for them. We, instructional leads and summer school administrators met at San Marcos High School, and approximately 60 classified staff also participated in training, including social emotional learning, de-escalation strategies with student services support. Secondary teachers got together to learn more about physics, mathematics, ethnic studies, science, Canvas, social studies, dual language immersion, and of course, universal access. I want to thank all of these dedicated employees because, like I said, we basically closed school on the 3rd and right back at it on Monday. Now, almost last, we want to go ahead and many of us won't be here for the June 28th meeting, so we're taking a moment today to recognize some of our employees who will be retiring, promoting, or moving on to other adventures. We started with Dr. Wagenek, so we're going to start with Dr. Wagenek again here. We have a certificate of, actually, I think I'm going to go up to the podium to do this, and if you guys can come up with me. Yeah, if you don't, do you want to come up with me? Do you want to give the flowers? Sure. Okay. You already heard all the great things about Dr. Wagenek, but we have a little bit more to say about you, Dr. Wagenek. We want to present this certificate award to you for 20 outstanding years of service to the students, staff, families, and community of Santa Barbara Unified School District. Your body of work is a testament to your competence and excellent care and concern for the people in our district. We commend your unwavering commitment during the many emergencies and most recently the unprecedented pandemic of this century. Congratulations on your well-deserved retirement and new adventures. And we have some. Next, we have Ms. Sean Carey. This certificate is awarded to Sean Carey for the 24 outstanding years, and you look so young, Sean. 24 outstanding years of service to the students, families, and community of Santa Barbara Unified School District. You have demonstrated innovation, dedication, and commitment to meet the needs of many students in the district. We commend your efforts and appreciate your leadership during the most unprecedented of times. May your journey continue to be successful. Congratulations. We're going to keep your phone number really close to us. Next, we have Ms. Ana Escovedo. This certificate is awarded to Ana Escovedo for outstanding 2 years of service to the students, staff, families, and community of Santa Barbara Unified School District. We also commend your efforts to support the achievement of all students, your supportive leaders to be their best during such unprecedented times. May you continue to thrive. Unfortunately, Mr. Rouse couldn't be here, so we're going to save his for the next meeting. And last but not least, we have the amazing Miss Sierra Lockridge, who is leaving us for we want to say congratulations for a superintendent job of Solvang Unified. Sierra hugs me first. We want to thank you for your 10 outstanding years of service to the students, staff, families, and community of Santa Barbara Unified School District. We honor your commitment to excellence, your unwavering bravery in taking on new challenges, and we commend your leadership during these unprecedented times as well. May your journey bring you much joy. Thank you. Congratulations, Sierra. I'll see you at superintendent meetings. Yes. And now I'm going to ask Mr. John Shetler to come on up for the last recognition.
Good evening, Board President Munoz, Dr. Maldonado, and Board Trustees. I'm John Shetler, the Director of Special Education. It's my privilege to be here tonight to talk to you about an employee and a student who are very important. In April of 2020, just weeks after the onset of the COVID pandemic, the Santa Barbara community lost Rini Castellanos to a long battle with cancer. Rini was a veteran special education teacher who was loved and respected by students, families, and colleagues throughout our community. This past year, Rini's husband, Sergio, who is here tonight, he himself is a retired longtime academic counselor with Santa Barbara Unified. He worked with the Santa Barbara Education Foundation to fund an annual scholarship to recognize a graduating senior in Rini's memory. I'd like to introduce Matt Gradias from the Santa Barbara Ed Foundation.
Thanks, John. Sergio, who you've been introduced to, first contact of the Santa Barbara Education Foundation with a wish to honor his wife, Rini, by awarding a scholarship to a deserving student. He requested that the scholarship be awarded to a student graduating from the Santa Barbara Unified School District who at some point received special education services. The Santa Barbara Education Foundation supports programs that enrich the academic, artistic, and personal development of all students in the Santa Barbara Unified School District, and as such, We are happy to help facilitate this scholarship award.
This spring, we asked special education teachers and school counselors to help identify a candidate for this scholarship. Myself, Mr. Castellanos, and two of Reni's close colleagues reviewed the nominees, and one of the student stories shone through the brightest. This year's winner, Diana Cortez Rivera, was nominated by her special education teacher for having the characteristics Rini embodied: a relentless positive attitude in the face of adversity combined with a tireless work ethic, a personality that uplifts others just as Rini did for countless students, staff, and families throughout our community. I'm going to read a part of what Diana's teacher wrote. Diana has been on my caseload throughout high school and is now about to graduate with a 3.5 GPA and over 290 credits of the 220 required for graduation because she never hesitates to try new things. She learns for the sake of learning and makes friends along the way. She takes on leadership positions in yearbook, accepts tasks and assignments outside of her comfort zone with a can-do attitude, and impresses all with her high level of responsibility, conduct, and competence. All is done with a humble smile and a friend or two at her side. She is cooperative and supportive of all students she works with and is a role model by example. Diana, who's here tonight, congratulations. Would you like to say a few words?
Thank you. Hello, good afternoon to the school board and those present today. My name is Diana Cortez. I am recently graduated from San Marcos High School, and I am truly honored to have the opportunity to speak to you guys. Firstly, I'm going to thank Ms. Smith, who recently nominated me for this scholarship, and for this amazing opportunity to have this scholarship for myself, who's able to, and for her amazing support through my high school experience. And I want to thank Mr. Sergio, Brainley's husband, plus Santa Barbara's Foundation, the Christian Foundation, and those involved for helping making this scholarship possible and choosing me to give this scholarship and making the scholarship in her memory possible, which I truly believe is a good chance for students to have the support system in their lives. I can't thank you enough for this generous offer, which will help me continue my education to become a major in criminology in SVCC in a couple of years. Thank you so much.
We're going to do photos outside.
We want you guys to see how big the check is. And yes. Thank you so much, Mr. Schittler, and congratulations, Diana, and to the family also for this wonderful contribution in the memory of our teacher. Board member, that concludes my superintendent report.
Thank you, Dr. Maldonado. I would like to, go to the board comments and correspondence. I'd like to go ahead and start with my comment. Many of my thoughts have been, since the last board meeting about our school children and their families. The main reason why we are all here, whether it be, you have a child in school, whether you're staff, whether you have concerns about the education. In Texas and throughout this country, there's concern about safety on campuses and the general community. I attended a virtual seminar that Adelante held that addressed safety concerns and had excellent staff and parent participation. I always have an emphasis on what can we do as a community at times like this, that we are aware of such matters. I would like to share that Bombs Demand Action in Santa Barbara is very active in this area, as well as community groups and others that also organize annual gun back events. And it's amazing how many weapons are turned in every time that these are held. And in addition to that, that weapons can be turned any day of the year at our local police and sheriff stations. Many times, you might have something at home and you don't know what to do with it. Please, feel free to reach out, and you could certainly reach out to me personally. I think this is something that we are all, all should be aware of. I also had, in addition to that, the pleasure of attending graduations at Goleta Valley Junior High and Santa Barbara High School. And it was with joy that I was there with Mr. Vecchio and heard the choir sing at Goleta Valley Junior High, and just shared with all the students that were quickly going by the stage on their way to high school. And also, participated at the Santa Barbara High School Dawn's graduation, along with Ms. Capps and others of our cabinet, and just shared the joy there. I participated in the Combating Anti-Blackness Working Group that met for the last time of this school year, and we had a very excellent turnout. Dr. Maldonado led the group in the conversation, and the student that spoke earlier reminds us of the interconnectedness that we have. We looked at the student code of conduct and how, as a district, we could make improvements on our code of conducts and just our message to our students and the parents. Our next meeting will be August 24th in the evening at 5:30. I would also like to bring up the format of our board meetings. We have had many emails and comments about how we have gone to in-person meetings, and I would like to invite my fellow board members to consider going to virtual participation for public comment in addition to in-person participation. Many of our teachers and parents have talked about how they were able to participate and be at home with their kids, or or such. With the virtual participation, I know our meetings also sometimes go quite long, and so I'm hoping that to have that be brought up on our agenda. It's not final yet. The board would have to approve this, but I would, I'm excited about being more inclusive during our board meetings as so that we would have both in person and virtual. So thank you very much. And, Ms. Sims-Moten?
Yes, thank you, President. Thank you for those comments and helping us get grounded in these meetings and where we're going and how we can be as inclusive and accessible as we can. So I thank you for those comments, and certainly our thoughts and hearts have certainly been heavy with the incidents that have been going on that is impacting our children and families. And so that's never far away from our hearts and our thoughts. Particularly, we're in a school district, so we know that those thoughts are never far from what we do and how we do it. So everything is really important about looking at it from a holistic standpoint of how everything impacts our children from the community and from the things that we do here internally, as well as who we are as leaders. So thank you for that. I mean, it's still just hard to fathom as we continue to hear the details unfold from that. But I want to say that I had the opportunity to attend graduations, and I must say that at every graduation, I had Santa Barbara Junior High that I was able to go to. I had the McKinley Bears that I was there. They were flying high. It was, we were up on a mountain. It was cold, but it was good, and they were there, and you could just see the excitement. And then Santa Barbara Junior High, as I said, and then I had Dos Pueblos, had the opportunity to attend there. That was very lively, and appreciate that. But everyone was really about their actions. They were giving us a call to action, how happy they were to be in graduation. And that's what it's about, the journeys that they've taken to get to that next step. Again, it's holistically how what we do as leaders, our policies, our procedures, our actions impact our students. They are watching. and they will tell us, as Dr. Maldonado said, they will tell you, like we just heard the two students, about being kind to each other, being respectful to each other, how critical those things are, and sometimes just a little TLC goes a long, long way. So I want us to make sure that as we say we're going to be here for our students, they're at a call of action, and we need to make sure that we're hearing that. And then lastly, secondly, also with Ms. Capps, was at the Board of Supervisors when a resolution was presented to the moms, demand, gun safety, and that was sobering to hear that, and one of the survivors of the Ala Vista. So it's all around us. It continues to be around us, and what do we have to do? Take a holistic approach to make sure that we are, again, paying attention to that. To what our students are going through, what our staff and what our community is going through, being present with that. I attended a family, I think it was, I can't even remember the name, but it was a Dr. Vincent who was speaking about youth mental health. And I think I spoke about it last time, but what she said was that we have to be present, because when our children are asking us, or at that point asking us for help, but the time between their asking us for help and actually the behavior, between years and months. So, but in order to see that, we have to be present. We have to be present, with regards to where we are with our kids, and present with each other, so then we know that something's going wrong. And so if you think about things that have happened, there were signs along that. So, as the executive director and a just early care education stalwart, how important it is, it's something that we're going to be looking at in terms of how do we keep our youngest kids safe? How do we look at early mental health, how crucial that is? We think kids are young and that they don't go through things, or we think they will be resilient. There is some of that, but there's also some harm and scarring that we need to be mindful of. And the earlier that we're able to take care of those things, then I think the better off we will be. And never forgetting that we are interacting with human beings as we interact with each other, because everybody's going through something. So, and lastly, I would just say at the graduation for Dos Pueblos, the speaker, she really had the crowd going in terms of the ultimate senior prank. She said, we only had to go to school 2 years, 9th grade and 12th grade, and we didn't have to go. And, so we're like, oh yeah, she said, and they didn't even have to pull it off. So I just appreciate their lightness in the middle of that, and I just so appreciate you see the joy when they're throwing their hats in the air, and even our little ones that are coming, kindergarten is really important now, we're doing TK. So my heart is just filled with hurt and harm and just sadness as well, but I know that we can do better. I know that we can, and when we have disagreements, that doesn't mean disrespect or demeaning. In terms of those pieces, it doesn't mean disregard. It's simply a disagreement. And lastly, I'll just say, I've said that twice, but lastly, I'll just say, in our mission statements, we must not forget the humans behind that, because the humans drive our mission statement. So let's not forget the humanity and not wait for a tragedy to reclaim it. Thank you.
Thank you. I will add to that. It was 2 weeks ago that we had gathered here at the events at Uvalde had just been unfolding, and now I think we're all struck by what happened, and then we had the honor to be present at so many beautiful ceremonies, and with a heavy heart, looking at the promise of all of these kids. And just one thing that I think, what we do with gun violence in this country is being debated at the Senate, a lot of controversy, a lot of division, but one really basic thing that Moms Demand Action pushes, and this board has actually passed a resolution to communicate better about, is safe storage. So just to remind with the numbers that once a day, about 365 times a year, kids under 18 actually unintentionally shoot somebody, themselves or a friend, because they have access to guns. So just, if you are a gun owner, just making sure that it's locked up prevents injury, prevents death. Over 600 kids, 18 and under, die from suicide by guns. So oftentimes because they have access. So if there's just one piece of this that we can do here in Santa Barbara, would be to make sure that we, any gun owners, just lock up those guns. So with that, backdrop of what happened in the tragedy, we all had the privilege, and it's honestly my favorite part about being a board member is going to these graduations. At Harding, we saw student presentations. The one that stuck out to me was The Perils of Social Media, a poem by a sixth grader on the awkwardness of running into his teacher, picking out mangoes at Trader Joe's. It was just awesome. At Adelante, the sheer pride that that school has in one another. They were all dressed up in their gowns, and teachers retired, and you could just feel the strong community there. At Santa Barbara Junior High, the love for that principal, the number of students who at that awkward age actually asked for a hug. I just was very struck by that. And lastly, at Santa Barbara High School, I'm skipping one. Monroe, they actually did a wonderful thing with each graduate. They got to predict where they'll be in 10 years when they're graduating from college or whatever they might be doing. I can just tell you that there's a lot of future NBA and Super Bowl stars coming out of Monroe. And lastly, at Santa Barbara High School, just the difference between junior high and high school, those graduates, all 550, walk up to you, they shake your hands, they just have they are adults, they are who they are, and seeing that every year is such a blessing. So thank you. It's been such a privilege to be able to be part of these ceremonies. Thanks.
Thank you, and welcome everyone. It's nice to see a room full of people, interested community members. Thank you for being here. Thank you, cabinet members, and thank you to those of you who are leaving us for other adventures. I've said this before, Dr. Wagonette, I have no idea how we're going to move forward without you. So thank you so much. Ms. Carey, thank you so much for your service. And Ms. New Superintendent over there, I will be seeing you. So thank you and congratulations. And Ms. Escovedo, thank you for those 2 years that you were with us, and we wish you the best. Today I received an email, and I know my colleagues received an email as well. And one of the things that this gentleman focused on was every child, every chance, every day. And I have been seeing that for so many years before I became a board member, when I used to be an employee at SB Unified. And it really reminded me of the big responsibility that it is to be sitting up here. The responsibility that I have to every single child, every chance and every day. And of course that responsibility begins with the decisions that I make, that I vote for. And I'm reminded of that every day, not only of the privilege, but of the responsibility. And one of the amazing experiences that I had last week was, of course, attending the graduations. Attending the graduations reminds us of all the good that is happening in our district. We see thousands of kids graduating, pursuing their dreams, from elementary school to the MBA stars that you mentioned here, junior high, high school. I had the privilege of being at La Colina, being at La Cuesta, Quetzal, San Marcos High School, and I really got to listen and reminded how important it is to go to Chipotle. There was this, it's really amazing how going to Chipotle, it really reminds you of the importance of showing up. And I will never forget that, the speech that one of the students gave as far as when the pandemic was happening and he needed some projects to do, and he was trying to figure out how he can get more chicken in his burrito from Chipotle, and the importance of showing up. So that was quite a highlight. In addition to that, I was also at Adelante, and yes, that joy, the music, I have to say, board member Sims Moten and Ms. Capps and I, we were dancing to that music. It was really something to see their joy, their happiness there. And also, I had the privilege of attending the Little Shop of Horrors. I wasn't here at the last board meeting, so congratulations to all those students for their amazing talent, the people behind that production. I'm extremely proud of the work that our district is doing, and I'm very happy to be here. And Dr. Maldonado, as we start the new fiscal year, I would very much like for us to look at our balanced literacy curriculum, to do a self-assessment, how that came to be, how we're doing, and how we can do better. I had a great conversation with an interested community member that has been bringing this forward, and I think as we develop our calendar for next fiscal year, I would very much like for this to be a point of discussion as well. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Well, first I want to offer my congratulations to my friend and board colleague Laura Capps on her election to the county supervisors. I also want to add that I am really happy. I personally experienced amazing and unique promotions and graduations in the past few weeks also. I went to Harding and Franklin, La Cumbre and San Marcos, as well as a really delightful bilingual production of The Wizard of Oz at Adelante. And then, of course, the flagpole restoration, flag raising, and ribbon cutting today was inspiring. And I thought I would just add a couple factoids about the American flag that I happened to just read today, since today is Flag Day, and that is that the current American flag was designed by a high school student in Ohio in 1958. Congress had a contest because it was looming very near that Alaska would be added as our 50th state. So they held the contest. His teacher, Robert Heft is his name, his teacher actually then turned it into a class assignment. And he came up with the placement of 50 stars. Before it had just been 6 rows, 8 stars in each row. And so what you see is this high school kid's design. Now, he got a B- on the assignment, but his teacher did change it to an A after he won the contest. Last week, I totally agree with Ms. Alvarez. I was able to visit the outstanding Parent Resource Center on Literacy. It used to be housed at the district office. It's now located on Olive Street. And there are so many fantastic resources there. I am also really hopeful, board members, that we'll consider a board study session on literacy soon, especially in light of the admissions we have all read, made by Lucy Calkins herself, that children need much more than her program in order to be successful readers and writers. And as I did last meeting, I do want to report on the correspondence we received and acknowledged, because it really is another form of board public comment. And so just to let you know, in general, we received 6 emails about gun violence and the response to it, 6 about the proposed universal access at the secondary level, 5 emails about the board's letter regarding the superintendent's evaluation, 3 about tech use and a plan for technology strategic plan, 4 about curriculum concerns, varied curriculum concerns, and individual concerns, just 1 email about each of these: literacy, the Santa Barbara High School Windows project, next year's calendar, employment concerns, and COVID. And also we received numerous informational emails and invitations, as I've described before, as well as lots of internal updates. So that's my report on correspondence. And finally, I just want to personally honor the achievements and contributions of Sean, Fran, Brian, Anna, and Sierra. All were really patient and helpful to me, especially with my requests and feedback when I was the board president this past year. So I'll just close with a simple thank you and a farewell with an Irish toast. May peace and plenty bless your world with a joy that long endures, and may all life's passing seasons bring the best to you and yours. Thank you very much.
Sorry, and Mr. Kelly?
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to say happy summer, everyone. Great to see that you're all here, despite the school year being over. I'd like to continually express my gratitude for this position even being a thing. I'm so grateful that the district and the board is moving forward with including students in more of the decision-making processes with the student reps, including students on different panels. I'm really grateful for that, and I hope that continues way past my term. Also, I'd like to express my gratitude for the leading cabinet members. It was great to work alongside all of you You all made me feel so welcomed, and I learned a lot from each of you. So you will be missed. Thank you all so much. And yeah, I also had the honor to participate in the San Marcos graduation as ASB president, and it was great to see what I will be doing next year, and yeah, just all of the happy and promising faces that got their diplomas. So it was great to be a part of that. Thank you.
Okay, now we will go to public comments on non-agenda items. Ms. Sims-Moten?
Yes, thank you. I do have the speaker cards. I will call you up 5 at a time, so be ready. I'll start with Caitlin Kahn, followed by Roxana Petty, followed by Sienna Petty, Preston, you can come on up, followed by Preston Jansen, followed by Sabrina Gache. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Maldonado. Thank you to the board, and thank you to all the other hard-working administrators for this beautiful opportunity for public comment. My name is Caitlin Cohn, and I am the programs coordinator at AHA. We have been a nonprofit partner in the Santa Barbara Unified School District for about 2 decades now. We are incredibly grateful to the district and to the schools that we serve for this long history of collaboration. In the last 2 years, due to the high needs of our community, AHA has been unable to attend the school board meetings. So we are here tonight to share a bit of good news with you all and a little bit about what we have been doing in the schools, how we do it, and why it matters. After we have shared with you all, you have any unanswered questions, please feel free to reach out to AHA through our website. All of our programs provide safe, brave, skillfully facilitated spaces where everyone has the opportunity to relate to one another, not just as students, educators, and parents, but as human beings who are members of a community, each with their own stories and wisdom to share. We provide spaces where each participant is invited to speak openly and from their heart and listen deeply. Everyone is encouraged to share, to have a voice, and to make themselves known. No one is made to share beyond what feels comfortable to them. We come from curiosity, striving to judge each other less and understand each other more. Through brief instructional segments, games, and activities, we guide participants in developing social-emotional intelligence, self-awareness, self-management, social awareness, and relationship skills. In the current climate of divisiveness and fear, we want to make sure to emphasize that the approach we take to this work connects people across differences, across lines of race, class, gender, values, and
30
beliefs.
seconds.
It reduces polarization and builds empathy. A few others from AHA are here to share with you all a few highlights about our work in the district this year. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So next is Roxana Petty, followed by Sienna Petty.
Hello, I have something to share, if I can bring it up. Good evening, and thank you, Superintendent Maldonado, and all of the school board members. I'm going to just fix this for a second. As well as our community that is present here today and that is seeing us through recording devices. My name is Roxana Petty. I'm the executive director of AHA and also a mother of 4. It's an honor and privilege to be here today as an ally of the Santa Barbara Unified School District. As Caitlin beautifully described, all of our programs instill deep sense of belonging in our students, educators, and our parents. You are all receiving a copy of our AHA end-of-year report for the Santa Barbara Unified School District. It's with great pride that we have this continued partnership where we enrich participants' lives with tools that they can use at school and through their lives. It prepares them for college, for work, and it also helps keep our campuses safe. Through this collaborative effort, Santa Barbara Unified School District and AHA, we have successfully provided the district with 23 hero assemblies, which have served 2,109 students and teachers this year. We have provided one high school in-school AHA Peace Builder program, 4 AHA Junior High Peace Builder programs, lunch circles, and Peace Builder presentations in classroom. Through these efforts, we served 2,591 students. We also provided 8 in-school classroom councils, which served 137 students and teachers. We provided 10 parent groups and SEL series, all of which served 91 parents and guardians. We provided 4 professional development workshops, and educators that were served were 100. It's with great pleasure that we continue to serve our community for 23 years. And before I end my time here with you today, I just want 3 different things that I wanted to share with y'all. One is I wanted to have the opportunity to share that we provide 6 free sessions of therapy for parents, students, and for educators. So I wanted to get the word out for that. And secondly, I wanted to have an opportunity to bring to the attention of all of the people that are here that we're still enrolling our summer program, which are free for our community.
Time.
And we invite you all to please come and see our programming yourself. Thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you. So next is Sienna Petty, Preston Jansen, and finally Sabrina Gaishe. And I apologize if I'm not pronouncing your name correctly.
Hi. I want to thank you all for having me be able to speak about my experience with AHA. My name is Sienna, and I'm going to be a 10th grader at San Marcos High School. I just want to start off by saying AHA has helped me and many of my friends through a lot of tough times. From before I started AHA to now, I've seen huge growth in myself. There's been much improvement in my capabilities to support people and be there for them, all while knowing the boundaries that come with. AHA has taught me a lot, and I use a lot of the skills I've learned with them in my everyday life to support and talk with people when they're going through something. I've become better at listening and understanding, all while being completely present. I've also become better at talking about my own feelings and how to express them and myself in different ways. AHA has given me many trusted peers, friends, and adults to go to if needed. I've created many strong bonds with people throughout AHA, some being with people that are going through something similar to me, or some people that I just connect with. AHA brings all different types of people together and opens up their minds to different experiences. They are such a healthy and educational as well as fun and upbringing environment to be in. They have helped me grow so much in many different aspects of my life and learn so many new things that I use daily. They've taught and reminded me about self-love as well as self-appreciation. They've taught me it's okay to show and feel emotion and to love yourself for it. They've taught me how I can express my appreciation for those around me and those I care about. I truly, truly believe that AHA has changed lives for the better and have helped many people through so many tough times. With AHA, people have that extra support there for them if needed, and sometimes it is very needed. I am forever grateful for everything AHA has done for me and helped me through. AHA has made me an even better person, and I will know as long as I'm with them, I will grow for the better and continue to spread my love and support for whoever might need it. AHA shows that there is indeed good people out there that really do care. And I believe AHA should be available to anyone possible because we need the good that they bring into our lives. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. Preston Jansen, followed by Sabrina Gachet.
I just wanted to tell you about how important AHA Peace Builders has been for me and how it benefits our school. First, let me introduce myself. My name is Preston Jansen. I just finished my 7th grade year at La Colina, and it was so great. It helped me support my friends and myself in tough situations. It helped me navigate personal problems. It is enjoyable and non-repetitive, and it has taught me so much about stereotypes and prominent issues in the present day. As you know, there have been many altercations this school year. This negatively affected the whole school community, and AHA works hard to help students learn how to resolve this issue. They do this by giving us valuable tools to resolve conflict, as well as giving us an opportunity to practice it. One of the tools we recently learned was the acronym EAR, which stands for Empathize, Acknowledge, and Repair. They teach us about having empathy, which helps us to understand how our peers are feeling. One way this helped me support my peers was with a friend who often finds himself in the middle of conflict and a target for bullies because it is so easy to get a reaction out of him. I was better able to support him with all of the tools AHA has given me. AHA is enjoyable and non-repetitive. It happens once a week and each time is a new experience. We start off sharing roses and thorns, transition to a team building game, then talk about the subject for that day. The staff for AHA are welcoming, kind, supportive, and empathetic, always making each meetup insightful and interesting. AHA puts a big emphasis on confidentiality in the group, making it easy to be yourself. Finally, AHA Peace Builders is very informative about many prominent present-day issues, like stereotypes and mental health. The subjects that we discuss are presented with around 4 steps. The first step is giving a short and quick definition of the subject. The second is asking us about our experience with the subject. The third is giving an example, and the final step is brainstorming and communicating solutions for that subject. In conclusion, AHA Peace Builders is a beneficial program for the school community. I believe that the district should keep the program at La Colina. Thank you.
Thank you. What about Sabrina? If you could pronounce your last name, that would help me greatly.
It's pronounced Gachet, and you did a great job.
Oh,
thank you. It's a pleasure to be here tonight, and I also want to extend a thank you for allowing us this opportunity to speak with you directly. It's hard to follow an act like that, though, I got to say. And there's just such a great feeling in the room here tonight, so much to celebrate, which is so refreshing after the heartache of recent weeks. So just wanted to name that. My name is Sabrina Gachet. I have the honor of stepping into the role of clinical director at AHA as of the beginning of this month, but I am by no means new to AHA, having connected with AHA when I returned to my hometown of Santa Barbara back in 2013. So I worked up in the Bay Area for years, also in the schools. Working with young people, families, and educators for about 22 years now, which is hard to believe. I can tell you that it has never been more important that our students learn and grow their social and emotional skills and to feel connected with others. I think we know that from what we're seeing acted out in the news and in schools. Some of you may already know this, but AHA was created in the aftermath of the Columbine shooting back in 1999. I wish I could say that things have changed radically for the better among our students since that time, but clearly that's not the case. There's more to be done. We never want a teen to feel so disconnected and disenfranchised that they resort to violence against their peers or against anyone. I can also share that it has been disheartening as a counselor working with teens and families to see such a dramatic rise in anxiety and depression among teens over the past decade or so in particular. There are many opinions and theories about what has contributed to that, and it likely is the result of many different factors, but it's nonetheless true. The hope that I want to share with you, though, is that we've all actually seen, the amazing transformations that can occur when people feel seen, heard, and connected to others. It's like that special medicine, right? When they feel like they belong, which we all need, right? So Creating a place for that to happen and facilitating experiences of real connection are perhaps the most vital pieces that AHA has to offer our students. I worked as a group facilitator with AHA for 6 years, both in our junior high and high school programs. I've seen some familiar faces in the room tonight, which is always fun. Goleta Valley Junior High, just saying. And have witnessed that impact that we can make.
30 seconds.
The truth is we can all make that impact and a positive change in a kid's life, and I know we're all here to do that. So thank you for this opportunity and hearing our young people. One last thing, we bring a positive and strong accepting adult presence to each of our groups with no more than 7 students to every AHA facilitator. That's good to know. And also we have at least 1 therapist in each school group to help us notice when students might need additional support. And we work with the counseling services in that school to connect that student. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Cliche. Okay, thank you. Next, I'll call up our next 4 speakers. Dolores Gutierrez, Jennifer Bofeda, I apologize if I'm misconnected, and Christy Diakami, and Ken Rivas. I don't think your mic's on. Yep.
In case some of you did not get the email, we have hard copies. Thank you. So, good evening. My name is Dolores. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak tonight. I have worked at the school district for over 26 years. I've held 3 different positions. I'm here on behalf of myself in the payroll department, which I currently work in. Today I am here to speak to you about equality. Equality is one of the central principles of democracy and is based on the belief that all people should have the same opportunities to be successful and have a productive, enjoyable life. The idea of equality is key to the notion that everyone should be able to achieve based on their efforts and contributions to society instead of their status or position. The district issued several stipends that were given in the past couple of years to some employees. I'm here specifically tonight to speak regarding the Summer of Learning stipend. However, payroll has been completely eliminated from getting any stipends. We feel we are treated differently and not given the same benefits. Starting with the essential worker stipend, the heroes pay stipend, stipend for working the summer, and the stipend for the summer learning that we spoke about tonight. Payroll has been on the front line for all of them, going over and beyond, yet never considered for one of the stipends. In regards to the Summer of Learning program, we trained and assisted summer secretaries along with admins and HR answering questions all summer long while doing additional work in order for things to run successfully and get everyone paid. The school site secretaries are 12 months as well, but they are not responsible for summer school. They get summer help to do that, and they get summer stipends for helping out. I'm sure it is well-deserved, but how is that logical, that we are doing the work for the entire district without summer help and not getting a stipend? This year, the HR department is also hiring summer help for their departments, as summer school has become a whole other beast. ETS, M&O, warehouse is also getting additional summer help. We work with the district as well, and yet we are not entitled to extra help.
30 seconds.
I understand that it is not easy to train someone in payroll, especially just for summer, but the needs for this type of equality is needed. We have reached out to the proper hierarchy of supervisors in order to correct this oversight, and yet we're still denied, which forces us to escalate to this board meeting tonight. We are asking for a stipend in the amount that was presented to HR, and we provided you a copy.
Thank you. Thank you for
once
that.
again for listening.
Thank you. Jennifer Bafida.
Good evening. My name is Jennifer Bulfeda, and I have been a district employee for the past 12 years. I currently hold a position as a payroll assistant for the payroll department. My colleagues and I are here to voice a request that was denied. The request was made to be compensated for the additional duties and increased workload as a result of the Summer of Learning program. Our increased workload and additional duties were overseen, and our multiple attempts to correct this have been denied and in some cases ignored. To begin with, our department was hit hard with last year's new summer session due to poor communication and lack of organization. That resulted in increase of inquiries, questions, and concerns from staff, school sites, and admins. Days into summer sessions, we still had no idea who our point of contact was for each site. This was imperative to know in order to provide the hourly summer secretaries with crucial information and training while handling normal workload of payroll processing, a process that requires manual labor because of the way the payroll system is set up. Despite of all of these challenges, the deadlines were met. The district has clearly seen the impact that the Summer of Learning has caused 12-month employees at school sites and the district office. As a result, they have hired extra help for other departments in the district office except for payroll. Again, we are left out with no support or compensation. We ask for equity, a trait that is talked about in the school district. The work was done, and it should be compensated as such. Thank you for this opportunity to speak, and I welcome you to review the file that has been shared with you, where you will find concrete details of the payroll department's impact with the Summer of Learning program. Thank you.
Christy DeCami? DeJacome, okay, thank you. Followed by Ken Rivas.
Hi, my name's Christy DeJacome. I've been in the district 26 years. I'm actually going to retire at the end of this month, but I'm here to talk about the Summer of Learning program, and I work with payroll. And I want to mention that in all the years that I've been in the district, and 6.5 in payroll, this last summer was the most severe impact to our department that I've had. It was crazy. We've never had anything like this. We ended up being the point of contact for almost every site that had problems, questions. When is things happening? What do I do? I mean, it was never ending. Did they call any other department? No, they all decided to call payroll, which impacts our time in trying to get payroll even accomplished. Everything that was related to Summer of Learning came through our department. I don't understand why, but it happened. It impacted us so much. Normally our workload's like this in the summer. I can show you folders that are this deep with work that we had to do. The summer hires were like deer in the headlights. They had no idea what was going on. We had to train and walk every person through what to do to accomplish the payroll for that. And did we meet the deadline? Yes, we did. We have never missed a deadline. It's amazing that people don't even realize the work that we have to go through, the impact to our department for these things, because their paycheck miraculously arrives every month on time, yours included. This is due to our respect for all the employees and our desire to do our jobs at the highest level. We aren't asking much, only what we feel is fair compensation for the extraordinary impact that was placed on our department with the Summer of Learning program. We have worked through fires, floods. Every time there's a disaster, this place is a ghost town, but payroll department is here. We walk through ashes to accomplish payroll, and no one ever thinks anything about it, does anything about it, acknowledges what we do. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rivas, Ken?
Good evening, board president, board members, student board member. My name is Ken Rivas. I'm here, I am the classified Chapter 37 union president for all the classified staff, and I'm just I thought I'd be remiss if I didn't make it to this meeting tonight because as we're coming to an end, and I don't know how often the work that you do as board members, as student board members, is that you get acknowledged. And so I wanted to acknowledge all the hard work that you do, all the decisions you have to make, even though some may be unpopular, but you stand strong and you carry on with the work that's presented to you and going forward. There's many of classified staff that I speak of or speak for, including the social workers, our liaisons, our family engagement liaisons, custodians, food service workers, clerical staff, just the list goes on and on. There's a lot in many different types of job classifications, and I'm sure they would agree with me with that you responded. You actually make sure that we have a seat at the table and some of the decision making that goes on as stakeholders, and also appreciate the times that you've gone to our campuses, the campuses, and made visits and spoke to some of us, and so we thank you for that. And again, we thank you for a very hard year, but yet we all got through it, right? So, but in closing, I do want to say that I support the payroll staff here in their appeal or request to you, and as a president of CSCA, I would definitely entertain or welcome any request or direction, and be willing to meet with the district in some resolution for our payroll people. So thank you.
Thank you. Ooh, need that mic on. So the next speakers are Mackenzie Beringer. Okay, help me out now. Okay, and then followed by Dr. Dale Tyler, followed by Dr. Kristen Hughes.
Good evening. I'm Mackenzie Beringer, and I am a mother of 4, and I have 2 children that are attending Washington Elementary School right now. I have a 2nd grader and a kindergartner, and I'm here tonight to talk about iPads and iPad safety and kind of some of my concerns with those, especially in the elementary schools and those younger ages where they're still figuring out technology. So a few weeks ago, I had an experience where my daughter came out of her bedroom and she was terrified. She was crying, and I could not console her, which is not normal. And she told me she was very fearful that some girl that was very scary to her, named Momo, was going to enter her room and was going to harm her or her sister that also sleeps in the bedroom with her. And she was convinced that somebody like that was going to come to our house. So I talked to her and I said, why are you concerned about this? I've never heard of this person before. And she said that at school, and we clarified that it was during classroom hours, one of her classmates was talking about this character Momo, and so a group of the children used Siri to say, Siri, who is Momo? And looked up information on this character. And she had seen an image of her and was scared and could not sleep. So she ended up sleeping in my bed that night, and for a couple nights we had lots of discussions about our home as a safe place. But after she went to sleep, I did a little research myself and tried to figure out who this Momo character was. And to my surprise, it's a very terrifying image of a girl, and I don't know if you've heard of this person before, but this character, Momo, is encouraging children to harm themselves and to not tell their parents about it. And it's actually been linked to a 12-year-old committing suicide. So that was very concerning to me once I read that, and all these news articles were popping up about it, that a person in her classroom was aware of this and was spreading that information, and that every kid in the classroom had access to an iPad where they were free, even during class time, during recess time, to even just ask Siri. They didn't even have to type it in, and anything could pop up. YouTube pops up,
30
anything on
seconds.
Google. So I think we can all agree that in the classroom, we want our children to be able to feel safe. And that was just very concerning to me that my child did not feel safe in her classroom, and multiple children were also exposed to this, and they were very concerned over the images and description of her also. So just wanted to share that experience with you. Thank you for listening to me and being here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Dale Tyler, followed by Dr. Kirsten Hughes.
Hello, my name is Dr. Dale Amanda Tyler, and I am Santa Barbara County's first and only fellowship-trained pediatric ear, nose, and throat surgeon. I have a Master of Public Health degree, and I'm a parent of 2 elementary school-aged children. I want to spend my time today discussing a particularly concerning aspect of tablets that I don't think has been brought up before today. To my knowledge, none of the tablets that the children have been provided by the district have safeguards installed to protect their hearing, and this must be addressed immediately. When we talk about the volume of a particular sound, we use the decibel scale. This scale is logarithmic, and that means for every increase in 10 decibels, the sound perception level by our ears doubles. A whisper would be 15 decibels, a library setting 45 decibels, and normal conversation 60 decibels. The top volume on most Apple products is 102 decibels, which is the same as a running helicopter 100 feet away. We know that in adults, only 5 to 10 minutes of listening is deemed to be safe at this level, and damage can occur even earlier in children. 1 in 5 adolescents and young children aged 12 to 19 suffer from hearing loss, most of whom suffer from bilateral or both-sided high-frequency hearing loss caused by noise exposure. Studies show that this age often play their MP3 players at maximum volume. They appear to be generally aware of risks of exposure to loud music or to their tablets, but they express low personal vulnerability to this type of hearing loss. All iPads have an area under settings and then sounds or sounds and haptics entitled headphone safety. There's an option for headphone notifications in which the iPad will measure headphone audio levels, and if the company set recommended 7-day volume limit is exceeded, a notification is sent and the volume is automatically turned down on the device. Furthermore, the device can be set to reduce loud sounds from a maximum of 100 decibels, or as loud as an ambulance siren or the helicopter, to 75 decibels, as loud as a vacuum cleaner. There are occupational health and safety guidelines from the U.S. Department of Labor with a standard that specifically requires employers to implement a hearing conservation program when noise exposure is at or above 85 decibels averaged over 8 hours a day over 5 working days. When one looks at the numbers of hours that children are spending on screens 7 days a week, often wearing headphones so that others around them are unaware of how loud the input truly is, it should be terrifying to you all. I want to make a plea that if children are to be given products specifically that can result in excessive noise exposure from the school system, then all appropriate safeguards should be taken with the settings on the devices and by specifically teaching to the children and their parents how to safely listen so that a generation of children will not be suffering from preventable hearing loss. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Kirsten Hughes, thank you.
Good evening, Superintendent Maldonado and the Santa Barbara Unified School Board members. Thank you again for your commitment to addressing the concerns of our community regarding the current use of educational technology in our schools. I speak on behalf of TechWise SB tonight. We have been joining you at board meetings for several months now, and it appears we have come to a mutual agreement that important changes need to be made to improve the use of EdTech across the district and reduce potential excessive use and harmful effects of it on our students. As outlined by Mr. Mauricio Ortega at the last meeting, there are plans to form a task force to start meeting in June. To date, we have not yet received any further information or correspondence about this task force. There's so much to do, and if we want to make appreciable differences before the students return in the fall, we need to start working on it now. We want these changes to be thoughtful and made with expert guidance. This will take time to research and coordinate, so we are requesting enough advance notice that our local experts in the field have time to prepare and participate, as they're working professionals and parents as well. Here in Santa Barbara, we are truly fortunate to be surrounded by so many brilliant, talented, and dedicated human resources who really want to help make our ed tech the very best in the nation. Not just in the hardware we purchase, but in the philosophy that guides our implementation of that tool. Every enhancement comes with a trade-off, and we're now seeing this reflected in the rising adverse health effects on our children. Dr. Tyler's example is a great microcosm of a broader problem. We now have these powerful devices, but still poor institutional understanding on how to configure them to reduce harm. But that's what we're here to help with. You have a village here to help you. We will show up, we will work hard, and we will succeed. We have enjoyed coming to school board meetings, but this format provides a very limited means of communication, especially on such a complex topic. Please provide us with an avenue for collaboration as soon as possible. Also, please join us or join our community in a joint summer reading of Screened School. It's a research-based review of the use of technology in education written by 2 veteran educators, and complimentary copies of the book are provided for each of you tonight. Thank you again, and we look forward to continuing to work together.
Thank you. As our final speaker is making her way up to the podium, Moni DeWitt. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello, Board. First of all, I'd just like to thank Board Member Ford for her kind comments about the Dyslexia Project Resource Center. And I would also like to thank Board Member Virginia Alvarez for both of you actually, for your courage and your curiosity about reaching the tipping point with balanced literacy, because balanced literacy is an approach to reading that actually hurts children. And this is very well documented. In fact, I'm sure you've all been following the New York Times articles that have spoken about this. And in particular, the reason why this is important, and you all speak about equity, but literacy is inextricably related to equity. And you may have read the article in the Montecito Journal by somebody I'm sure you all respect, Ruth Green. She was on the State Board of California Education. She was a board member here, and she's also on your literacy task force. And she points out there that balanced literacy approach is what's causing the crisis in reading. And I can just very quickly tell you what the basic difference is. But balanced literacy is based on the cueing system, which is guessing at a word. And Lucy Calkins added a little bit of phonics when she was first critiqued about it so she could keep selling it. However, this is completely different from the science of reading, which has 5 components. One is phonemic awareness, that's the letter-sound connection. The other one is phonics, then reading comprehension, then fluency, and then vocabulary. So see how rich and robust that is? And the science of reading has literally millions of studies behind it saying that it is the best. I'm sure, Superintendent, you must know this as well. So what's really critical, we all know facts like our students with learning difference, only 6 of them pass the A through Gs. This is all about literacy. And as Ruth Green points out in her article, is half the people will learn how to read anyway, just because of their background and other things. But the other half, and this includes 20% dyslexics, but also English language learners, foster youth, people with socioeconomic hardship, and the homeless, they're not going to get it. And in our policies around here, we have, or in other schools too, we have wait to fail. So we don't help people till they're in that 25%. We don't even find them by the 3rd grade. In fact, right now at my reading center, we have a 5th grader, I won't say from what school, reading at a 1st grade letter, and somebody's supporting her to learn how to read. But everybody deserves this chance. That's where the equity piece is. And I'm just so grateful, I have to say, to finally feel a little heard on this topic. And it's
even though some schools are making bad decisions, it's not about who is right, but what is right. And to have the courage to notice something and change direction is just really great. And I would love to collaborate on this, and I'm just thrilled. Thank you so much.
Thank you. That concludes public comment, Madam President.
Okay, I'd like to go to acceptance of donations and graciously accept the donations for the Santa Barbara Unified School District ACES and AOK program, and also for Santa Barbara High School. Oh, yes, Ms. Ford?
I'd like to make a motion to accept the donations for June 14th, 2022 with gratitude.
I second.
Okay, all in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Okay, donations are accepted and the motion passes unanimously. Okay, and then next on the consent agenda, first I would like to recognize retirements that are listed here. I'd like to thank Michelle Rainville for more than 26 years of service, and Alexandra Tajma also for 22 plus years of service. Juan Abrahan for 10 plus years of service. Sandra Anaya for 29 years plus of service. Christy De Giacomi, who spoke earlier, 25 plus years of service. Ruben Garcia, 33 years plus of service. Dixie Love, 12 plus years of service. And Ernest Lugo for 9 plus years of service. Thank you so much. And then moving on to the consent agenda. To approve the items that are considered routine and not likely to require any discussion. Dr. Maldo and her staff have recommended that the board approve all the consent agenda items. The board has also had the opportunity to consider and ask questions about these items before tonight. First, are there any public comments on the consent agenda items?
No comments.
Okay. And board members, are there any items that you have concerns about that you'd like to present? Ms. Sims-Moten?
I need to pull item 5 and recuse from the vote.
Okay. So may I have a motion to approve the consent agenda items and recognize Ms. Sims-Moten and her being recused from number 5, correct? Do I have a motion? Ms. Ford?
Thanks. I'd like to make a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented in items F2 through F27, and with Ms. Sims-Moten recusing on number 5.
Okay, is there a second?
I second.
Okay, all in favor? Oh, just a minute.
I think you need to take it separate so that I can say that I can't recuse. So items 1 except 5.
Oh.
And then take a separate vote.
Okay, let's see. So I can
Just
restate
amend your,
it.
yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I'd like to make a motion to accept all donations, the consent agenda as presented in items F2 to F27 minus F5.
I second that revised motion.
Okay, so can I have,
That's all in favor.
sorry, pardon?
All in favor.
Okay, all in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
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 I'd like to follow up with a motion to approve consent agenda item number 5.
I'm sorry, we're not able to respond to the public.
Right. Yeah, unless you put a slip in request, and I don't have that. Unless those were given to the clerk to let me know to call you on that item. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. So on item 5?
Yes. Did we have a second?
I second.
Okay, all in favor, please raise your hand on item 5.
Aye.
Aye.
I recuse.
Okay, thank you. So, let's see, I'm not sure how I...
That passes in terms of the vote. We have to take a roll vote with regards to that because there's a first 5 item, and since that would be a conflict for me, so we're good. You can, if you want.
Okay. Ms. Ford?
Yes.
Ms. Alvarez?
Yes.
Okay, Ms. Capps? Aye. Okay, and myself, aye. Okay, so one, Ms. Sims Moten recused, and the rest...
Motion passes 4-1.
4-1, okay, thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, we will now go to the public hearing. Yes, is that the number 1, Santa Barbara Unified School District fiscal year proposed budget?
Okay. Good evening, board members and Dr. Maldonado. This is the opening of the public hearing to introduce you to the adopted budget for the 22-23 school year. And this is just kind of a way to introduce the public as well and to give them a chance to figure out how they can see the preliminary numbers. So I'll give you all that information as we go along. Next slide, please. So talking about the preliminary numbers for the adopted budget, there are 2 parts to this budget. One is that we will have estimated actuals for this current school year that will be part of the budget. We haven't closed this school year yet, so we're estimating what it's going to look like by the end of the year. And once we close the budget for this school year, and we also have numbers for our property taxes, the last increment that we will receive, all of that will be wrapped up in another budget that's called the unaudited actuals. I wanted to kind of talk about that just briefly because I have gotten some public requests to see the budget numbers for this school year, and all that information will be done in the unaudited actuals, and we'll bring that forward in September. So I just wanted to let the public know that. Okay, so the reason that this is preliminary is we are basing our budget today on information that is not really finalized yet. We will be receiving information on what our state budget is going to be, hopefully tomorrow. So what happens is we have the governor's budget, which is comes to us in the form of a May revise, and all of our budget today is based on the May revise numbers that we have. But that's not the only budget to consider for the state of California. We also have the other branches of our California government who each one works on a budget for the state of California. And in the process between May revise and actually tomorrow, June 15th, there is a lot of negotiations between those 3 branches of the government, a lot of tug, pushes and pulls, maybe even some arm wrestling behind the scenes, till we finally get a finalized state budget. But what's interesting about that is that even though we will hopefully get all the numbers tomorrow as to what this budget's going to look like, we won't really have all of the information. There will still be some trailer bills that will come out that actually describe how some of the funding is supposed to be spent. So we have a general idea, but really there will be more information that will be provided all the way into July. So that's just kind of to get a understanding of how this whole process works. So as a school district, we are required to use the governor's budget, and there are things in the governor's budget that actually really won't affect Santa Barbara Unified as much as it affects other school districts. So while we are really happy for the other school districts in our state who will receive a cost of living increase and who will receive some other funding that shows up in the LCFF, we don't receive that because our funding is based on our local property taxes. Anytime if you're looking at the May revise or the governor's budget and you hear things like Prop 98 or LCFF, funding that goes into those areas doesn't really come to us because our funding is based on we're community funded based on our local property taxes. So another thing that will not come to us that will be coming to other school districts who are not community funded is that universal transitional kindergarten funding. So we know already that was not included in the governor's May revise, and it doesn't seem to be included in the other budgets in both of the other two branches of the government. So, but we do know that there are some things that are coming towards us that we're actually really excited about. So there's one discretionary block grant that is coming to all of us because it's outside of the LCFF and outside of the Prop 98, and it is $1,500 per ADA for Santa Barbara Unified. That equates to $17 million, which is very exciting. And we also know that some of the other budgets also include that money and actually have a little bit of an increase for that. So we just have to wait and see tomorrow which one is included in our state budget. So we're happy about that. One thing that we don't know at this point, though, is if there are any strings attached to that money. The governor's May revise said it's just discretionary, which means we hopefully would be able to spend it the way that we figure is really important for our school district. But the other budgets have some strings attached to them, and so we're just going to have to wait and see. We also don't know how much time we have to spend the money. So in the governor's budget, it wasn't really clear, and in the other two budgets, it looked like it might go over a couple years. So given that kind of information, and when we really don't know what the strings are and how long we have, we put it in our budget for tonight and as revenue coming in, and we also put it in as expending it all in 1 year, which we'll see tomorrow if we have a better understanding of that. So one of the things that I wanted to be able to give to the public tonight is if you want to be able to see the budget that we have currently, all you have to do is contact Allison Fore and F-O-R-E, and there is her email right there, and we have that. It's basically in my office for the public to be able to see. Okay, and the other part of it is we want to, because there is going to be an Lcap presentation tonight, we want to assure you that our 22-23 adopted budget does support our Lcap, which is our Local Control Accountability Plan. And so it's fully integrated within our budget. We have a plan available for our students in our subgroups. We have money available to support that plan. So going forward, we will bring back to you on the next board meeting, which is June 28th, the more completed proposal of our budget for you to review and to approve. By then, hopefully, we will have the state's budget and we will know a little more information about what's going to be in it. So for now, I would, one other thing I wanted to say is that we have reserves in our budget that are far above the 3% amount that the state requires us to hold. And we also have the COVID relief funds included in the budget as well. So now, without further ado, I would like to bring up Lacey Preston to continue to talk about the Lcap. Do you need this on? No. Okay.
Thank you. Can we get it to the next slide? Okay. Okay, this slide shows how the budget supports the Lcap. This chart comes from the budget overview for parents that is in the Lcap. It shows the total projected revenue by funding sources. You can see that the biggest piece of the pie comes from the local control funding formula, which is, you can see there as LCFF. This piece is almost entirely made up of property tax revenue, as Mrs. Hernandez was mentioning earlier. Out of the 157 million LCFF funds, we are setting aside almost 15 million to go towards the LCFF supplemental and concentration grants. And as Mrs. Hernandez mentioned, we'll be going over more of the budget at the next board meeting. We can go to the next slide and then see if there are any comments.
Are there any, any public comments on this item?
No request to speak.
Okay, Ms. Alvarez?
Ms. Hernandez, what percentage of property tax increase is included in this budget?
4.5%.
4.5%. And I see that you've increased the projected expenditures for pretty much every category. Could you give us a little bit of insight how you determined that?
Are we talking about the discretionary block grant?
No, I'm talking about every category that you have here on page 1 of the public hearing. You have salaries and benefits, an increase of 9.3 million from the prior year. So could you give us a little bit of insight how you determine those increases? And I know
Sure.
they're estimates.
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
So part of that is the $17 million that the discretionary fund. So we just kind of allocated that into salaries and benefits and into some supplies and materials and other things across the board. And also it includes the negotiated salary increases that we did across 3 years. So that's going forward into next year. It's 2.5%.
So I can see that the majority of its expenditures are related directly to employee salary increases. Is that what
Correct.
you're saying?
Yeah.
And could you, and I don't know if this is going to be explained on the LCAP hearing, could you explain a little bit more about the concentration grants? Is that additional money that the district gets, or where's that money come from?
So as I mentioned, the majority of our LCFF funds come from property tax revenue. So out of that property tax revenue, we have to set aside money to go towards the supplemental and concentration grants. We're not getting any additional monies. We're just setting it aside.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Oh, Ms. Sims-Moulton?
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. I would just add, with regards to the COLA and we're not, as a community district, not getting any of those increases. And so I just want you to know that it's being talked about, really advocated really strongly from other community aid districts so that we can be included in the cost of living. Just because we get the property tax doesn't mean that the cost of living hasn't risen. So I just wanted to assure you that. And so I may be reaching out to you to look at what language we might want to put into that advocacy letter to the governor. So that's coming. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? No? Okay, thank you so much. And now we will go to number 2, the public hearing on the adoption of secondary English language development materials.
Good evening, Board President Munoz, members of the board, Dr. Maldonado, and community. This agenda item is an opportunity for public comment on the adoption of a secondary curriculum for English language development. At the board meeting on April 26th, we brought to you the proposed secondary English language development adoption curricula for field testing and public review. And we've completed that required 30-day review and respectively ask that you open the public hearing at this time. I will also be bringing this back on action item later.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment on this item?
No public comments.
Okay, board members, any input? No? Okay, thank you so much. We will now go to number 3, the Local Control Accountability Plan for 2022-2023.
Good evening. Good evening, President Munoz, esteemed board members, Dr. Maldonado. As we move toward the end of our first year of the 2021 through 2024 Lcap, we embark upon the process of developing the 2022-2023 Lcap. You should have a copy included in your packets. This agenda item provides the opportunity for public comment, and as such, we respectfully ask that the board open public hearing at this time. The final document will be submitted to you for approval on June the 28th. Additionally, a brief overview, the Lcap development process includes comprehensive planning, data analysis, surveys, multiple educational partner meetings, including staff, parents, students, sites, our DLAC parent committee, parent advisory committee meetings, union representation, and our CPAC parent meetings. The input gathered is applied to the action items that support our 3 main Lcap goals, as well as the budget line items that are allocated from the Lcap budget and relate directly to those proposed actions. Some of the common priorities expressed by our educational partners through our input gathering process included the need for an increase in counseling service, an increase in our family liaisons, and our professional development for staff and teachers. I will also say that throughout this process, our family liaisons were recognized over and over by every single group on what a positive impact they've made. Just a little shout out for them. At this point, I would like to turn it over to Mr. Steve Venz, who will speak more directly to the expenditure tables that are in the Lcap.
Good evening, trustees, President Munoz, and Dr. Maldonado. If you should have a document that looks like this right here. If you turn specifically, it'll show last year's budget, but if you actually, what I would recommend is that you just take the last page of it and just flip it backwards like this. And then if you turn it over, you'll see 22-23 total planned expenditures. It's on the very last 2 pages of the packet. If you notice on the left column, there's goal, and we have 3 specific goals in our Lcap. So, and then we have specific action numbers for each goal. I'm not going to go through each one of these, but I will point out some that should be brought to your attention. To start with, I just want to remind you that you saw that Lacey showed you the budget for the Lcap for this year. It's been increased by, basically we've increased by $3 million. So last year it was at $12 million and we're almost to $15 million. That has to do with the increase of unduplicated students. So that would be your Title I students and so on. So with that in mind, we had more choices of what we wanted to do with our funding sources to address our as they say, unduplicated students, taking the guidance from our parents and staff and so on. If you take a look at goal number 1, action 1, we actually increased that amount so we can increase the hours of intervention at secondary schools. So we moved that from we increased that by about 100,000 or a little more. But that was crucial in terms of making sure that our students are getting mathematics intervention at our secondary schools. If you go further down to goal number 3, provide targeted emergent multilingual learner interventions in secondary and elementary schools for newcomers and early emerging EMLs. We did increase that amount as well. What we did was we created a new position at our secondary schools. What we've noticed is that specifically that with students who are LTELs, long-term English learners, if they are LTELs, as well as trying to make sure that students are reclassifying, and we needed extra support at our secondary schools, at some of our key junior high schools and our high schools. So what we ended up doing was creating a similar model that you will see in other school districts, which was taking one of our teachers at the school and offering them an extra stipend to pay for what we call it's basically a coordinator position. So they take their time, it's basically during their planning time or after school, and they help to keep track of our EML students. And it's a evidence-based practice that just makes sure that we can make sure that we keep track of our kids and make sure that we get them reclassified. So that was an additional, that was in addition to action number 3. Action number 5, I'm going to step back. This is pretty, get to hear me breathe. Okay, action number 5, and we did increase that. Those are our instructional support specialists who have been doing quite a bit of work, as you know, this year. Actually, because of the issue with COVID, we couldn't fully leverage them because part of their time they were going in to cover classes. So we're excited about getting more subs and actually really fully using them this upcoming school year. The other thing that we noticed is we needed to provide more support at the elementary level. We have a secondary ELA or literacy specialist, but we don't have one at the elementary level. So we included that here, as well as having an elementary science specialist. So again, we've heard that we need to provide additional support to teachers, professional learning to teachers. So that budget increase, that line was a budget increase by 2 FTEs. If you go down to action number 8, you'll see enhance student academic achievement by providing targeted Tier 3 intervention. We actually increased the number of elementary curriculum specialists so that all elementary schools have a curriculum specialist at the school. Again, supporting literacy. It ties in closely with all the comments that you've been hearing and all the things that you've been pointing out with our elementary literacy, leaning in on that space for this upcoming school year with support. If you turn the page, you'll notice there's goal number 12 and goal number action 12, action 13 of goal number 1. This one is, I just wanted to bring this up to your attention. This is our goal that's addressing AVID students as well as peak. What we ended up doing is the funding of 2 positions, Dr. Madrigal, who oversees peak, as well as AVID, as well as FEU. Instead of just funding it entirely out of peak, we split fund it with action number 12, along with Eric Flores, who supports the work. So we ended up splitting some of our time that actually was going towards AVID in the correct funding line. With that being said, we're expanding peak. We're going to actually we're adding a tutoring center in Goleta Valley. So that's one thing to know. But what's interesting is if you look at the funding line, it'll look like the funding line decreased in peak and it increased in AVID, and that's why it did. So that's the shift. And it did increase in funding overall. So. The next one is, we have 3 more, by the way. So the next one is action 14 out of goal 1. That one was a substantial increase. What we ended up doing is we took the MTSS specialists that we developed this past year out of our emergency funds. And instead of using emergency funds, realizing that they are addressing the work of our students who are really specifically focused within the Lcap, we shifted from the emergency funding line to the Lcap, and that's the specific line that you'll see there. And you'll see an increase with that particular budget. So, 2 more things to be aware of. That's Goal 2, Action 4, again, delivering more mental health services for our kids. One of the things that we did was we actually bumped up the funding line from the federal funds to expand that. So we bumped it up to, instead of what you'll see typically within Lcap, it was $630,000. We took our Lcap funding along with our Fed funds, and we actually bumped it up to $2 million. And that's with FSA and COM to increase the services for our kids. And again, this is what we've been hearing from parents and staff. The very last one was Goal 6. So again, I keep saying Goal 6. It's Goal 2, Action 6, and that's our FEU staff. So we heard loud and clear that, and no pun intended, that our FEU staff is amazing and they're connecting with our families and they do such a wonderful job. We invested in them by making sure that we hire FEU liaisons or family engagement liaisons at every school, not at some schools, or not splitting sites. So now this upcoming school year, we're really going to expand that service to our families and community, as well as making sure that we have the proper resources and management in place so that it's running effectively. So, and that's my report on the distinct changes within the Lcap for this year. Thank you.
Public comments?
Yes, we do have one request to speak on G3. Moni DeWitt.
Oops. Hi, Board. Yeah, I was on the Lcap this year and last year. I must say the tone this year was nice because we weren't split up in a group and it was more conversational. So in that way, we actually did get to talk a little. However, 2 things. The notice to be on it was very short, so many people who were interested didn't even know about it. And the other thing, initially, although Heidi was nice and added an extra session, but it was only 3 hours. We're talking a $15 million budget where people give input, but in 3 hours you really can't accomplish very much. The second thing I just want to point out is I think it would be really delightful if you taped these meetings, because a lot of people are concerned where this money goes and also how the conversations people have felt that it's rubber stamped, that we may say something but nobody really listens. And one of the frustrations, as you might see how it was brought up here, it says an action item. And a lot of us wanted to know, like I use QuickBooks, I have a business, and I have to have a specific person that the check is made out to. For example, we have goals about fostering wellness or improving literacy. But if you're improving literacy by using Fontaine and Fennell, the second worst publisher by any reviews, if the method that you're using isn't the best method, then we can't tell if that Lcap money is being used in the most effective way with the promise of equity that's built into the laws for distributing Lcap. So if that line item, action item, isn't specific, we can't tell if it's equitable or who it's going to. And so I think it really doesn't give parents or really anybody really a clear, transparent view of where that money is going. And that money is generated by the people, the most vulnerable students who are doing the worst. And I think it needs to be quite a bit more transparent. And anyway, and I also think it should be taped because it would be much more reassuring to the public who cares about this money. It's not supposed to be spent district-wide. There are some really strong criteria. So I really would love it if you could make it more specific, like the kind of thing I have a PML statement that I have to do for my business. It should look like that. I mean, you could have the goals as a separate column, but it should be specific. Thank you so much.
Thank you. That concludes comments on this topic.
Board members? Ms. Alvarez?
Thank you, Mr. Vance. I do have a couple of questions and clarification. On 2021 Contributed Actions Annual Update, goal number 1, action number 3. Sorry, the pages are not numbered, so I think it's the second page.
Yes.
Okay.
Goal-
So,
which goal? I'm sorry. Goal
last year's goal number 1.
Okay.
Last year action number 3.
Okay.
Provide targeted emergent multilingual learner support in secondary schools. It says last year planned 224,000, estimated actual 144,134. Did you go over the difference there and I missed it, or why are we spending less than what was planned?
So that was this school year.
Mm-hmm.
So I would actually have to dive into that and find out more, because we actually, part of what you'll notice as you go through, that some of these lines, we did not spend the money because some of these are actually positions and trying to hire positions. So that was the first thing that popped out when we were starting to review the actuals regarding this year's LCAP. So if you want, I could actually look into that one in particular and let you know why it was reduced, the actual was reduced.
Yes, I would very much like that.
Okay.
And is this, one concern that I continually bring up is that several of our EML students are not at grade level. And the data that was presented, I forgot what meeting, but it showed that we have a significant number of students who have passed a couple, they're only one component away from passing the LPAC.
Right.
And I'm really interested in seeing what targeted intervention is being done for those students, and is that related to this item on the LCAP? I don't know if it's one and the same or if they're different.
Well, this item is actually targeted, it's part of this process, yes, I agree. The other thing that what we're doing right now is actually making it very clear and transparent of the students. So Dr. Maldonado has been working with the director, Ms. Pilhofer, on creating specifically just a spreadsheet for each school so they could see specifically what you're talking about. And then on top of that, using these new positions at the secondary schools to be able to look at this information on top of taking our MTSS specialists, so everyone is looking at the same information so these kids don't continue to slip through the cracks, right?
There's one student that I met about a couple of weeks ago and his mom, so I'd like to share that information with you or Anna, and I'd like for you to reach out to him. I think he's one in this category, and the
Yes.
mom asked me to relay that information, so I'll be sharing that with you.
Okay, great,
And
thank
then
you.
when you turn the page, I know this is a new component in the new template, the carryover. Can you explain a little bit what that means, the 990,489 carryover? What does that mean? Does that mean that money is going to go to following year? Can you explain that, what that means, the carryover?
I'm actually, let me see, there she is. I'm going to give this to Lacey because we've been discussing that because it's been changing.
Right.
So I'm going to give it to the one who knows.
To the experts, thank you.
So that is again, that's just an estimate of the carryover. We won't know if we have carryover until we close the books, which will happen in August. But the state did require in the new action table that based on our estimates, we estimate how much money will go unspent. Like Mr. Vance was saying, a lot of that is due to not being able to fill positions this year. And so yes, that's the estimate that will carry over, and then it also shows how much we need to increase or improve the services.
When you say carryover, that money stays for what it was intended, or does it go for something different?
We're still waiting to get clarification on that from CDE. Based on the action table, to me, the intent would be that it would carry over and that we would need to increase and improve services, again, if we do have carryover.
Thank you.
Ms. Ford? Thanks. Just a quick question, maybe more like a comment on goal number 1, action item number 7, expand direct student support and teacher professional learning to improve language and literacy. I think with the intensified interest and actually responsibility that this board has to understand the ways that we can improve literacy across the board, especially with our younger students, I see that this has supported 8.5 language and literacy coaches in the past. And I'm hoping that perhaps in the future we can have some better understanding of how they divide up their time and specifically how they offer professional development to the teachers at their sites.
So giving a specific report about these individuals and how they impact.
I'm very interested in that,
Yeah.
so just if you'll just tuck that away in your multitude of requests. Thank you.
Okay.
Ms. Sims-Moulton?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vance, for this presentation. I have a question, and maybe it can be answered later, because I know that we're going to be looking at the early learning, the TK plan that we're going to be looking at a little bit later. And I'm just wondering, how are we tying this to that TK transition? I know it talks about elementary, but how are we tying outcomes for that? That's a question number 1. And then this is just followed up by a comment that as we talk about literacy as being one of the tools, obviously, to reclassify a little faster our multilingual learners. So how can we start a little bit earlier? I mean, in terms of those early learning in preschool and in all of those, where is that? And perhaps it's in the plan that's coming that we're going to be reviewing. But I'd be interested to see how these two are tying together, because this is the longest time that we have these students. 7 years probably now that they're going to be now if they're in pre-K, and that's really going to start to address our achievement gap. That's really going to also address the reclassification, how we do it a little bit more quickly in regards to that. And so I think it's really important, and if I'm not seeing it here, perhaps it's coming in the presentation later, so I apologize if I'm asking you to speak for something that you won't necessarily be presenting on, but that's really important about we emphasize our early care, our early learning. So it feels like sometimes the higher grades are getting the more attention because there's intervention, and I get that, so I'm not trying to create some contention here, but I think it's really important that we really start those early years, because it really does impact, as I said, the literacy, increasing that. I sit here at First 5, what can we do as a partner to do that, and making sure that, again, so when they're ready for kindergarten, that we can improve all the things that we're now having to intervene on the back end.
Yeah, as they say, go upstream, go to the source. So if you take a look at that list, at goal number 1, action number 9, it says increase kindergarten readiness by building pre-K teacher and parent capacity.
Mm-hmm.
We actually increased it. Last year it was at $50K, and we increased it to $100,000. So anyway, the point is this, that we know that we have to do more because of this shift. So this funding line is addressing like professional learning at this stage, because we know that we're going to need that. And we know that we're not being funded from the state with universal TK with this rollout. So this is one of those things that we were able to look at and do. So.
Okay, well, I appreciate that, and I know we're working on, again, funding for the pre-K, the mandated TK, or the option in terms of parents to be doing, but the mandate to the schools. I just want us to keep that in the forethought of our mind, of really focusing on those early years, how critical that's going to make us so much better in the end. And I know I'm preaching to the choir here, but sometimes the choir needs preaching too. So I just want to make sure we hear that and really emphasize those early years, that's the most opportune. We have time to change the things, the achievement gaps and all of those things.
Okay, any other comments? No? Okay, thank you, Mr. Vance.
All right, thank you.
We're going to go ahead and take a 10-minute break, and we'll be back right after that. Thank you. Okay, welcome back. We're here with the action agenda H, and we'll start with number 1, approval of the 2022-23 school plan for student achievement.
Good evening again. We are here to talk about our 2022-2023 school site plans that each school site submitted, actually 2 cycles this year. This is the school site plan that will carry them through next year's school year with their budgets, and all of this is approved by their English language acquisition committees as well as their school site councils. So all of that was submitted to you previously along with their executive summaries of those plans for your review. I'm here this evening to present them to you in a format where if you have any questions, we can do our best to answer them, but to have them adopted by you this evening.
Okay, any public comment on this?
You do have 2 requests to speak on this item. Moni DeWitt, followed by Greg Hamill.
So yeah, hi again. I did look at this. It was very lengthy, so I wasn't able to go through every school, but it caught my attention last time when Ms. Maldonado pulled it. And if you look at Cleveland, which is a really good school to look at for people who struggle in areas, there's 2% of the EMLs are proficient, and only 7% of the students with learning differences. So we can see that, perhaps they are not getting a free and appropriate education. Now, the reason why I am here tonight is on page 13, under Cleveland, you'll see that we are spending money on Fontenay and Pinnell. That's a publisher that Ed Week has said is the 2nd worst publisher around, and in particular, they didn't align to the standard, the first gateway standard, and their text was did not meet the core test for quality because it does no direct instruction. The program is designed, they say, around an illusionary metaphor that helps make reading social, emotionally sensitive, but it doesn't give any direct skills. So this is really very dangerous because these kiddos at Cleveland are not going to learn to read by this. This is, again, it doesn't even activate the same parts of the brain because we need them to use something like the science of reading because you get the sound-letter correspondence, and that actually triggers a different part of the brain. And this Fontenelle thing is like they may as well be looking at flowers in the park, because that's the part of the brain that's going to activate, and it's not reaching the right piece. So, neuroplasticity is actually very fascinating. You can look and see the changes in the brain on MRIs when the right parts are tapped. And, you can actually read that in Ruth's Green Place also. So I really ask you to maybe hit pause again on this and be sure that, especially at our lowest performing schools, that we are not using programs like Fontenay and Pinnell. It hurts kids, and this is a civil rights issue. If you read Kareem Weaver, who's worked with the NAACP in Oakland, where they have basically started a movement, the right to read, and he speaks about this. So we really do not want to use this, and I beg you to hit pause like you did with the computers and like you're thinking of doing with balanced literacy. You're on a roll. Just hit it again, but lose it for Cleveland because they're suffering enough as it is. Thank you.
Mr. Hamill?
Hi, here to talk about student achievement. We have a persistent achievement gap in the SB Unified District. We've spent millions of dollars on Just Communities, and they were supposed to close that achievement gap. And they've had 7 years, and they have not been successful. I've sent the board and the superintendent this graph, which shows that. It summarizes all the data of Hispanic versus Anglo achievement, and the gap is still what it was in 2014. So we parents reject the model that Just Communities uses, to cite that people of color are victims of systemic racism, and that was summarized in Just Communities' Table of Oppression. They've had 7 years to implement their plans, and they have the results are flat. They have not achieved closing the gap, but we've had success. Some really good people at Franklin, they're the blue. You notice the Franklin scores have doubled since 2017, and they've done some common sense things, which I've highlighted here. I can't read them, but I've sent this to the board, and just so the public knows, the board and the superintendent have this, they've seen this. So the point is, why are we not moving towards the Franklin model when we have no success with the Just Communities model, and we're not funding Just Communities? Maybe I've heard that, but we don't want to fund an equivalent group, which I'm not. I want to make sure that we get rid of this thought of improving outcomes by a theory of oppression, oppressors. So during the Civil Rights Movement, the Nation of Islam battled against Martin Luther King. They stated that the struggle was not black or white, but was oppressor versus oppressed. Malcolm X spoke in terms of oppressed and their oppressors with
30 seconds.
With no reconciliation possible. So in summary, this idea of oppressed oppressor is old, has not worked. We've rejected it back in the Civil Rights Movement, and I want to propose something positive. We've had great success with the anti-blackness meetings. I would like to ask the board that we have a meeting like that for this education gap, which has got to be the most serious problem in our district.
Thank you, Mr. Hamill.
So
Thank
I
you.
just ask that we meet as a community.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Board, any comments or questions? No? Okay. Then we will go ahead and, ask for a motion. Ms. Ford?
Sure, I'd like to move to approve the 2022-23 school plan for student achievement.
Excuse me, I second.
Okay, all in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Okay, passes unanimously. Thank you. So now we will go with number 2, the English language development instructional materials.
Good evening again, board. President Munoz, members of the board, Dr. Maldonado, and community. I'm thinking that we need to queue up a PowerPoint, maybe. I'm happy to share with the board the process which led to our recommendation to adopt 2 secondary ELD curricula, one being iLit ELL by Savis, and the second being LIFT by National Geographic Cengage. Next slide. If you recall back, on April 26, we brought forward to the board a proposal to review curricula for adoption that explicitly considers the language development needs of our EMLs, whether students are newcomers, students with interrupted formal education, or long-term EMLs. After careful and collective consultation amongst educators and leaders, 3 publishers listed on the California Department of Education approved list stood out to the cadre. These selections were iLit ELL by Savis, iLift by National Geographic Cengage, and StudySync Global by McGraw-Hill. Next slide. This visual gives the board a timeline of the process that our English language development cadre went through to arrive at their recommendations for adoption. As you may recall, the ELD cadre is composed of 20 amazing English language development and English support teachers representing all secondary schools in the district. Back in March, we held 2 meetings with the cadre to analyze LPAC data and listen to feedback from site tours with Dr. Maldonado. We also received additional input from our site administrators on the feasibility of our timeline for adoption and launched a survey to gather additional data from the ELD cadre and site administrators on their perceptions of existing curricula and what they wanted to see from a newly adopted ELD curriculum in service to our EMLs. We had meetings with each of our publishers to get an overview of the curriculum, and teachers were given time for questions and answers with each publisher. In May, teachers reviewed and field-tested lessons, and there were 3 additional opportunities for teachers to collectively review instructional materials and offered feedback with a final vote on the curriculum. And so we are here in June, bringing forward a recommendation for adoption to the board, and if approved, for the purchasing of the curricula. The purchase of the materials is coupled with in-person and ongoing consultation and professional learning with our secondary ELD cadre on implementing the newly adopted curricula. Next slide. The ELD cadre went through a thoughtful process and elevated key must-haves for a newly adopted curricula. They wanted a curriculum that differentiates for varied language proficiencies, reading levels, and foundational literacy skills. A curriculum with comprehensive assessments and an adaptable curriculum, but also included primary language and newcomer supports to activate their learning. They also wanted a culturally responsive and relevant curricula that engages students in topics that amplify student voice and agency, but also have the ability to print or have digital and hard copy access to materials. Next slide. The cadre also expressed that they wanted adaptable materials that also can help them attend to the language demands of each student in emerging to expanding proficiency levels. They felt that having a curriculum with built-in supports would allow for developing disciplinary knowledge along with academic language simultaneously. So as you can see from this chart, you can see that the development of language over the period of 5 to 7 years that we need to really support, as we've heard today in this meeting, those students that are in the early emerging to expanding levels of ELD. The materials brought forward to the board this evening for adoption have the built-in supports to help guide teachers to recognize when and how to implement instructional language supports and how to ensure students are understanding the concepts taught. Next slide. So why ILIT EL for early emerging to early expanding EMLs? Excuse me. This curriculum offers a strong foundation for skill development and language acquisition and for the production of language. ILIT ELL offers practices in gradual release of instruction so students gain independence in their own language learning. The offered library of reading materials are high interest and culturally responsive to the needs of our students, and they are built in to the immediate instructional support and is a built-in coach for our teachers. Assessments and diagnostics support teachers in delivering instruction aligned with our EML's needs, each unique to themselves. Next slide. So why also adopt National Geographic for early expanding to early bridging EMLs? We find that this particular group of student needs to build academic language and literacy skills using multidisciplinary literature and academic standards. It offers a structured approach to skill building, including textual analysis, close reading, and research that's unique to each student. Academic speaking and writing practice in every lesson and unit also allows for service learning projects that encourages EMLs to make a difference in their school their community, and the world. Digital teaching tools help teachers plan, prepare, teach, and assess their classes using these materials. Next slide. So this concludes my presentation. Thank you, board, for your consideration in bringing ILIT, ELL, and National Geographic to our students for adoption. Any questions?
Certainly. Is any public comments? No? Okay. Excellent presentation. Thank you. Board members?
Yeah, just, excuse me. I was just curious what this replaces. Maybe you said this at the beginning and I didn't clue in quite fast enough, but what does this replace?
So what's great is we're not replacing any one curriculum. You'll remember or recall that IRWIC was part of our curriculum adoption in 2020. We've just resequenced that curriculum to those students that are bridging in their language development so that they can fully understand the concepts given within that curriculum. But what we found as a cadre amongst the administrators as well is that we needed foundational developmental skill development in language. So to have access to those resources now while the students are emerging, also coupled with academic language standards in ELD, was kind of the ideal way for us to think about the scope and sequence of the curriculum.
Okay,
I
so
hope that answers
if I
your
understand,
question.
this is augmenting what we previously had?
Yes, it's supplemental. So what we had with IRWIC will still be supplemented in the curriculum as needed.
And remind me what IRWIC stands
It's,
for.
and somebody might have to help me with the entire reading and writing curriculum. Thank you, Sean. Yes, and you'll find that it's a rich curriculum. It has all the things that we want in a curriculum. It just lacks the developmental skills for language development.
I see, and they're compatible in your mind, clearly. Okay, thank you.
It's a great question. Thank you.
Can I add a little bit?
Yes.
In a way, it's addressing some of the concerns you're hearing around early literacy with this idea of breaking the code, acquiring vocabulary, comprehension. And so what the team did with teachers at the table with Anna's direction was to kind of look at that continuum of learning. But in the case of EMLs, it's both the language and the literacy skills. And what we adopted before was at the tail end of what kids should be able to do. And so they're sort of going back to the beginning and moving it down.
Thank you.
Ms. Alvarez?
Maybe this question is for Ms. Hernandez. The fiscal impact, what's the funding source for the $400,000?
I believe it's in the packet, but I don't have that in front of me.
It's fine if you can't find it. You can send it later. I was reading the narrative here.
It's restricted
Lottery? Okay. Great, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, and just to add, I really appreciate the depth of the material and how well you presented it in terms of early emerging, early bridging, it's just excellent presentation. Let me see, if there are no other comments, is there a motion?
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
All in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
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 Thank you.
Thank you
so
so
much,
much.
board. Thank you.
Okay, we will go to number 3, the approval of the Universal Transitional Kindergarten Plan.
Good evening, board members, and happy summer, happy sol. It is my great pleasure to be here with you tonight and actually have my last board report to you in the company of my colleagues, the amazing duo and longtime early education visionaries and advocates. Presenting to you tonight our Universal Transitional Kindergarten Plan, which is due to the state for all the reasons you've already heard as we are moving forward with Universal TK in our schools. And so to present this plan to you tonight, I'm going to hand it off to Daisy Ochoa, our Early Education Administrator, and Veronica Bingley, our Principal at Harding University Partnership School.
Good evening, board members, Superintendent Dr. Maldonado, community members, and colleagues. I'm Daisy Ochoa, and I am the Early Childhood Education Administrator for Santa Barbara Unified. And I am here tonight, just like Anna mentioned, to present to you, along with my colleague Veronica, our Universal Transitional Kindergarten Plan. You might hear me also refer to it as UTK. Next slide, please. So as we know, decades of research have demonstrated that an early and strong foundation for learning matters. Children who have effective learning opportunities before they enter kindergarten have an advantage in school and in life over children who do not, especially children with adverse childhood experiences. Children who attend quality preschool and transitional kindergarten programs are more prepared for school in terms of their early literacy, language, math skills, and their executive function and social emotional development. So for several years, next slide please. For several years now, we have heard of UTK coming our way, and it is finally here. Last summer in July, the state passed AB 130, which meant that by the year 2025, all 4-year-olds would be eligible for to enroll in TK. So with this plan, we will be increasing our enrollment in TK each year. In an ideal world, all of our 3-4-year-old children entering our system would have access to at least 1 full year of high-quality early learning experiences. And with Universal Transitional Kindergarten, it is the goal to have all eligible 4-year-old children utilize all the offerings that Santa Barbara Unified has to offer. However, there is still parental choice. I want to note that all families may choose other options that work best for them. Next slide. So each district UTK plan has 5 focus areas that we have that we will highlight tonight. As this plan is implemented and to ensure our plan is aligned with the vision of a P2-3 continuum, the development team for our district's plan will include staff and from curriculum and instruction, student services, HR, business services, special education, multilingual education, expanded learning, and after school and facilities. So it takes a big team effort in order to get this going and actually implement it. And we are also continuing our efforts for equitable funding for local districts like ours, so we can successfully implement our plan based on these focus areas. So I want to really thank Ms. Alvarez and Ms. Sims-Moten for your advocacy in the state level for this. We will continue our efforts and continue in the advocacy for equitable funding for our district. Next slide, please. So our vision is to provide all children in the attendance area of Santa Barbara Unified to access full-day learning programs the year before kindergarten that meet the needs of parents. So for the 2022 school year, all of our 9 elementary sites will offer TK to the eligible 4-year-olds. Depending on enrollment, this could mean a standalone TK, or it could be a combination class of TK and kindergarten. Our TK classrooms will be a full day, mirroring a kindergarten day, and will also be offered the extended day to complete a 9-hour day through our on-site after-school programs. Next slide, please. So you've seen this before, and this is just to remind you, we will be entering next school year offering TK for all children that are going to be turning 5 before February 2nd, and each year after that we will be adding or expanding it, and so by the year 2025 all 4-year-olds will be eligible for TK.
All right, next slide please. We have a lot of options to meet the 9-hour school day requirement. We have well-established partnerships through After School Education and Safety, or ACES, California Child Care and Development, CCTR, Extended Learning Opportunities, and the County Office of Education. In addition, we've begun building community partnerships with the Early Learning Implementation Grant, or plan afforded to our district through First Five of Santa Barbara. Next slide, please. In order to meet the needs that this plan will require, SBUSD can recruit from our pool of CSPP preschool teachers that are interested and are TK qualified, from our community colleges and four-year universities, as well as community job fairs. Also, as SBUSD is a part of the Santa Barbara County Office of Education Consortium, we will have access to the Early Educator Teacher Development Grant. The County Office of Ed will be providing financial support to aspiring TK teachers to meet the required credentialing criteria. Through the Kindergarten Readiness Network, we have established peer relationships within PK, TK, K articulation groups that provide collegial support and professional development. Next slide, please. We currently have full articulation in PK, TK, K through the implementation of the Zoophonics curriculum, as well as the Science FOSS curriculum. Also, most pre-K, TK, K teachers have had training in guided language acquisition design, or GLAD, it's called BGLAD in preschool. Finally, the Transitional Kindergarten Report Card was designed using the preschool foundations as a guide. As we move forward, it is our intention to continue this trend of articulation as this is best practice. Next slide, please. All of our elementary sites, as Stacey said, will be offering transitional kindergarten for our children who turned 5 before February 2nd of 2023. And all of our elementary sites will also offer an option for after-school care for families. The necessity to be fluid is prudent, as parents have a choice to send their child to pre-K or TK. However, as the years roll up, adding 2 months a year towards TK access, our numbers are bound to increase. Next slide, please. We believe that our plan has addressed and answered these 4 questions. We will have a TK classroom in every school in 22-23. We have several local sources of partners in higher education to recruit from and to acquire the necessary ECE units, and we have begun to staff paraeducators. As to facilities, we are taking it 1 year at a time to adjust as needed. We may have to restructure our current grade spans and location of programs. We are excited about serving all 4-year-olds. As a district, we have prioritized and valued early childhood education, and we will continue to do everything that we can with your support and advocacy. And we're here to answer any questions.
Okay, I do double duty here. We don't have any public comments on this item. And so, board members, any questions or comments? Ms. Alvarez?
First of all, thank you so much. This is one of the most thorough reports I have seen.
Nice.
And I thank you for that. It's easy to follow. There's a narrative. When there's only slides, it's really hard to follow and get the background. So thank you for being so thorough. It's and anticipating questions. I really appreciate that. You touched on your efforts to make sure it's fully staffed. The requirement is 12-to-1. So did I hear you correctly that we are already recruiting paras so that we'll make sure we have this 12-to-1? Is that what you said?
Yeah, we most TK sites do have an additional staff member in there. As a paraeducator, they may be a special ed paraeducator. We also have general education educators and our paraeducators, and we are looking to bolster that staffing.
Thank you. Do you have any concerns that we might not have enough staff when school begins? And if we do, what's your thinking? What's the plan?
You want to take? I mean, I can. I think we'll be fine this year because we have been running 8 TK programs. Is that correct? And we're adding 1 more, and so I think we'll be fine this year. I think that as we move up through the years, as the children get are, have the availability of accessing TK at a younger age, we may see an increase, and that's just kind of hard to predict because we have seen a decrease in enrollment, and so we're just going to have to take it as it comes,
Well, thank you, and thank you for your efforts in starting early. Literacy is the foundation to everything, so I appreciate your efforts. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Ford?
Oh, thank you. I am wondering, in hopes that the answer will be yes, that all of the charter schools will also offer TK.
That is their plan. Remember, this is our planning time still. Should I come to the?
Yeah.
Yes, actually, for the charters that have TK written into their current plans, they have submitted their plans just like we're submitting now, and they have the spacing. They are moving forward with it for next year. For those that are missing either one or the other or both, they're planning to have all that in place by the time it has to be implemented in 2025. So yes.
Okay. That doesn't sound as hopeful as I was hoping. Well, we'll do some more research on that. Thanks.
Ms. Sims-Moten?
Now that we're back. So thank you certainly for this report and this presentation. I just have a couple of things. I noticed there's several pages of where we have yellow numbers. So are we trying to fill those in, or is that just because we didn't take the highlight off?
No, these are, we just need to, these are things that we're developing as we go, and we need to get some more input on these numbers. Are you looking at the projections?
Yes,
Yeah.
actually on page 10 and 11. So, and this is a plan that needs to be approved tonight, right? So,
No, we have, go ahead.
Can I say?
Yeah.
Sorry, the plan that's being approved tonight, I believe is not, that's our working document, like our live working document. The plan that's being approved tonight, I believe, is this addition to that. So I'm not sure if I think it was uploaded, so I'm not sure if you have the correct one.
I don't know what DTS is. So I'm just, so this one that's, maybe I printed it out a little early or something.
Yeah, I believe, so that one is not the one that is being submitted to the state. We have a different format that answers all the questions required from the state that's being submitted. That's our working kind of live doc. So I'm not quite sure what was uploaded, but it's
Okay.
yeah, it's what was attached to that agenda item.
So the one that's attached to the agenda item.
Yes, that's what's being submitted.
Yeah, okay. So I have access to that just because the first 5 early learning
Yes,
plans. So I just want to be
we have
clear
been
with that piece.
collaborating with First Five. Yeah.
Right. Thank you. So that was that piece. And again, I just want to emphasize how critically important this is in terms of those early years and how important it is. And I see that you got collaboration of everybody here from facilities and human resources, because we're going to need all of that, right, to make it go forward, because you're going to, as you said, we got to figure out what's going to happen, how we do that. And then CSPP, will this be affected by that at all, or the 2 and 3 year olds? How is that going to be?
So we're projecting that there won't be much change next year.
Okay.
But of course, as TK grows, it's going to affect CSPP. So we will then be looking at expanding our services through 3-year-olds and then possibly 2-year-olds. So when it's going to, when something happens on one end, it's going to then of course affect the other end. So we're working also on the universal pre-K plan as well as the universal TK plan. So as one expands, so will the other.
Okay. And then on one of your slides, it said that under the family choices, it said no PK. Did I hear that right? Did I see that right? Was the first?
Not
Is it like the second slide that you put up there? Under family choice, it said no PK.
Oh, it says no private or no preschool choice at all. Since preschool is not necessarily mandated, families might, it's a parent's choice whether or not to send a student to preschool. So the offering will be there, but parents ultimately make the decision of whether or not they want to send their students to preschool.
But is that something we might want to think about encouraging?
We always want to encourage, right?
Yeah.
So, but that's just one of the many, options that parents will have. So apart from our our CSBP won't change. It will continue to be a part-day preschool.
Okay.
And then we'll have, of course, the other local private preschools, Head Start programs. So all those options will still be available, and it ultimately is still parent choice.
Okay, I appreciate that, and thank you, because we certainly want to honor our teachers as if they're a child's first teacher. And so this is going to be a plan. I know it's updated, and it has to be approved tonight and then submitted by the 30th, right? So this is going to be a living document, right? You're going to come back and update us from time to time on.
This is just our initial plan,
Okay.
and of course, we will continue to work on it as needed, and full implementation by 2025.
Okay, and also I will add again in terms of maybe, talking with you what language we can use to advocate for the funding that we don't get. It's an unfunded mandate.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to be able to work with you on that so that we can advocate for that, because we want to make sure that everyone has access to this and how it's going to impact, again, our achievement gap, and ultimately, I like the vision. I think you had it in there. It said P through 12.
P through, or
P through
P3
12.
continuum, or pre-K to 12 continuum, yeah.
Yeah. Well, so we're going to be a P through 12, because
Yes.
we're going to start at the beginning
Yes.
and we have a great ending, right?
Yes, we
So,
will.
okay. All right. Well, I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, board members, do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, passes unanimously. So now we'll go to number 4, the board action on student discipline.
Okay, Ms. Capps and I are ready. In the case of 202122-32, move approval for full expulsion 2 semesters which end January 2023.
I second.
Okay, all in favor? Raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, passes unanimously.
Okay.
Number 5.
Yes. In the case of 2021-22I-05, move approval for student transfer.
And I second.
Okay, all in favor? Please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, passes unanimously. Number 6.
In the case of 2021-22I-06, move approval of student transfer.
And I second the motion.
Okay, all in favor? Please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, it passes unanimously. Yay. So we'll go to the report discussion agenda, response to racial incidents report.
Thank you, Board President Munoz. This is the regular report that I have been bringing every meeting for the racial incidents in school. As you may recall, we landed on a definition of a racial incident as a race-related incident in which a person or group is targeted for their race or perceived race. The targeting can be emotional, physical, and/or verbal, virtual, or in person, direct or indirect, regardless of intent. Since our last meeting, we had 3 additional race-related incidents across 3 schools. We continue to find that many of these are name-calling. So lots of, well, not lots, 3 incidents reported, but the continued behavior being around name-calling. And what I'm seeing is more involvement by some of our school leaders in directly working with the students that are involved. Next slide. We met, as Board President said, with the Combating Anti-Blackness Work Group, and we did some work around some of the values that connect us. We talked about things like respect, compassion, truth, love, empathy, and we looked at student code of conduct. We looked at samples from other school organizations and the kinds of guidance that they give to their school leaders. We discussed this idea that we want to be more proactive and positive in our directions to schools, and agreed that we would come back after school came back August 24th, and wanted to think about ways that we can maybe bring some recommendations to the board from this group around what they see as some things that we could be doing differently, particularly around this idea of some of the value statements. The group continues to be interested, of course, in seeing what happens next with our Racial climate assessments, the RFP is out, as was noted in a note that I sent to the board on Friday, and we expect that to close July 8th. And that is my report on racial incidents. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Maldonado. Are there any public comments on this?
No request to speak.
Board members, any comments? Ms. Sims-Moulton?
Yes, so I want to thank the group of folks that are coming together. I was at a graduation, so I wasn't able to attend the last meeting that we had. So I want to appreciate the work that this group is doing and working on combating anti-Blackness. I had a couple folks reach out to me in terms of maybe they were concerned about the momentum that is now building around this and better understanding and coming together on this, that it may lose some momentum between now, June 9th, and August 24th when we meet again. Is that correct? We're not meeting till August. But I just wanted to express that concern and hoping that when we come back to school in August that, will my child be safe? Will things have changed? What are we putting into place? And so I don't know if that's something, Dr. Maldonado, you might want to just, draft a summary so that everybody's clear on what the expectations that the group agreed, I'm assuming, to come back in August, right? And so I think it's important to, because the folks that reached out to me was concerned that we may lose the momentum on that and didn't want to, that's the first, just a comment, and that we can address it however you feel. We need to make sure that people understand it and we're communicating that clearly. The second thing is not to lose the efforts around combating anti-Blackness through, I know there's student codes of conduct that you're working on. I know that you're working on values, but don't lose the essence of combating anti-Blackness. Where are we on that? So it could be like the racial climate, obviously, is one aspect of what we're doing to combat that. So if we could, and not to add to your plate, but I think it's important to communicate this out because people are feeling like they actually done something. The RFP is going out, it's closing then, it's closing whenever the date is closing. The groups have come together, and that to assure folks that when their children go back to school, they're going to feel safe, they're going to feel included, they're going to feel heard. And so I think it's important to share out what will happen, what will they see differently when they come to school, and parents feeling that way too, because we still have students not feeling like they don't feel like they belong for whatever the reasons. And so as we're combating anti-Blackness, let's not get it lost in things that we should do anyway. We should also have a student code of conduct, right? We should always make sure that we have values that connect us, but don't lose anti-Blackness combating that, because it can get lost in that. So those were the feedback that I received, and I wanted to bring forth so that we don't lose sight, because that oftentimes what happens, because it's hard to stay focused on that. We want to make it a general piece, but not everything deserves general attention. It needs focused attention, and combating anti-Blackness deserves focused attention with regards to that. So, and it doesn't, I think it's important that it talks about early, in the early years. I mean, first 5, we're looking at those things. So it's just important that how we're doing it across our district. It's not just lost on our junior high and high schools. How do we also incorporate our early learning opportunities as well to address this, because it happens that early. So again, I just want to express my thanks for this group, to continue to work on that. And I look forward to attending the meeting on August 24th when we come back. And so I just want to reemphasize, let's not lose our focused attention on combating anti-Blackness.
Yes, I was just going to comment that, being that I was there in the work group, that parents felt comfortable and they spoke about their students and their sense of belonging or not with being Black. They spoke about it quite openly. And I think, Dr. Maldonado had that. It was a group where folks feel safe, and that certainly we're keeping that in focus, because that's why we're getting together. So certainly, Ms. Sims-Moulton, I appreciate, you bringing that up.
Yeah, I know that we feel safe. Sometimes I think we want to make sure that in that discussion, how is everybody feeling? I know in that moment I feel good, but maybe as people reached out after that to say, hey, I'm concerned that that the combating anti-blackness may get lost in some things we should already do as a district in terms of student code, or either enhancing our student code, something. So, you're in a meeting here, and I think people do feel safe, because I've attended all but the one that people felt they could express it. But as we conclude, and I think part of that is that we're not going to meet for a little bit, so people may be a little bit anxious about that, so it may come up with regards to that. And so, and how we can reassure that we're going to stay focused on it. Our words are hollow unless the actions follow it. So that's what I'm saying.
Thank you for that feedback. So two things are happening that are also connected to this. First of all, we did hear from some people that they were out of town. So we had a little bit less people show up. We can certainly poll the group and see if people are interested in meeting in July. I'm happy to convene a group in July. Connected to this, I'm talking about connecting the dots a lot these days, which is why I have my dotted shirt today. Connected to this work, without losing the focus that you're bringing into the conversation, is my meeting on Friday with SBTA around discipline, which is another ask of the board for us to put together a discipline plan. So in many ways, all these are integrated and connected issues that we hope to continue to address. So that meeting on Friday is with SBTA representatives. Joyce asked for that, and some of our own staff, where we hope to hear what the experience of teachers are around, not that there's discipline, well, there is discipline issues connected to this. I expect to bring in the voice of the combating anti-blackness group into that conversation, back to teachers, but I've also been asked by classified employees to talk about some of these issues. So this is becoming a little bit of a wider scope of work, and I just want to make sure that you know that we are going to continue to do that. But that's where I'll be connecting the dots with the different groups and bringing back, hopefully, my goal is to bring something and co-construct something with SBTA and now with CSEA, who has also asked to meet with me, to bring something before the beginning of the school year for school leaders and others that will provide some of that guidance. So with what you just said, I'll poll the group and see if they're willing to come in at some point to also join this other bigger stakeholder group.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Reaching out to that. I think that that's the timing and just where the momentum is. And again, we're continuing to build trust in this group, in this community, trusting that it's not gonna. And I'm not saying that you are, but the experience has been, it gets kind of washed down. And so we just want to make sure that that's at the front. And I appreciate where the staff and now the certified, staff want to come in and do that, because it is going to be a wider piece. And how are we looking at it through that lens of anti-blackness? What are we looking at, and how does one feel about that? So I think the more that we continue to work on that, and I think how can we communicate that out, what we're doing? So they're like, I know I was at the meeting, but I may have forgot. I mean, in terms of the summary, because when we report here, it's about racial incidents. It doesn't always include perhaps the conversation, the level of the conversation that you had with the group itself. So we may want to just add some of that comments there. And I got quite an earful, and I'm certainly open to that, because I'm glad that people are feeling that they can express, and with the expectation that people that things are going to get taken care of authentically and intentionally, in terms, like, for instance, like with the incident at junior high, what happened? Is the student okay? What happened to the students who did that? So that, I don't know that we've answered it. I know there's privacy things that we have to be mindful of, and I do share that to the extent that we can, so those were some of the questions that were coming up that are still, again, building relationships, trusting that these things were taken care of, with regards to that. Also with the families, what happened, with the mentorship or meeting with the families, what was the outcome, to the extent that we can share, because that says you said that you were going to do this, we did a contract for that, all those things, but what happened? So how do we keep communicating what happened to the extent that we can? So then again, we show action about what we're saying we're doing. So to the extent that we can. I know we can't share everything, and I respect that, but just to keep, again, building that trust that something truly is happening, and we're not just saying we're doing it. So.
Thank you. Any other comments from folks? No? Okay. We will go on to number 2, the presentation of Universal Access Implementation Plan.
Okay, good evening, President Munoz, board members, and Superintendent Maldonado. On behalf of the Ed Services Department, and most importantly, on behalf of our secondary schools and the students and families that they serve, we're grateful for the opportunity to present to you an overview of our Universal Access Implementation Plan, which represents a multi-year phased approach to ensuring that all students have equitable access to experiencing and demonstrating mastery of high levels of rigor. I'm also grateful for the event that took place last Tuesday, an informational panel discussion featuring students, teachers, and administrators, which succeeded in building shared understanding of the who, what, why, where, when, and how of universal access. So if you've not already had the opportunity, I highly recommend that you view this webinar, as the voices from the classroom are the most engaging ones, and because it provides helpful context and examples. There's a recording, and it's on YouTube, and we've included the link in this item for this board agenda item. We have some familiar faces here that are from last week's panel discussion. DP Principal, Dos Pueblos Principal Bill Woodard, Dos Pueblos English 10 teacher Kelly Savio, Instructional Support Specialist for English Language Arts Allison Quijano, as well as a new face tonight, not new, but new to this presentation, Goleta Valley Principal Clancy Chu, all on hand to support tonight's report. Next slide, please. There are some key points from the panel discussion last week that we want to reiterate tonight to illustrate the intentionality and coherence with which we are proceeding. In all things, but especially when we engage in transformational change work, we are committed to whole system engagement. As you know, we have partnered with a nationally recognized organization called SWIFT, which stands for School-Wide Integrated Framework for Transformation. They're out of the University of Kansas. And SWIFT has equipped us with a model of whole system engagement grounded in the purpose behind our work, which is our students and our families. The model represents schools as the place where transformation happens, the district as providing points of intervention, and state and federal agencies as sources of technical support. Next slide. SWIFT's framework for supporting multi-tiered systems of support undergirds all our efforts, and this framework features 4 key domains that we are using to develop clear implementation plans as we move forward with whole system engagement. Next slide. Additionally, as a result of our work with SWIFT, we have adopted this definition for equity, that when each and every student in a community is valued, understood, and has a sense of belonging in a system of teaching and learning that is fluid, responsive, dynamic, and alive, and that uses all available resources to meet student needs. The fact is that the data on enrollment in advanced courses that's been collected and analyzed over the past decade clearly shows us that the course selection process has not always accurately identified whether students will consistently achieve and or exceed grade level standards. In fact, despite showing steady and even significant increases over time in some cases, the enrollment trends reinforce our lived experience in our secondary schools, which is that student access, and therefore student achievement, continues to fall into predictable patterns by race and ethnicity. So staff appreciate the responsibility as a government body that the board is asserting through your equity resolution passed last year, and we as staff recognize our responsibility to implement effectively. Next slide. Implementing effectively includes communicating effectively, and tonight's report, in conjunction with last week's webinar and future communication at the district and site level, represent our commitment to provide clear and timely updates on our plans. While this slide presents some clarifying statements about what universal access is not and what it is at a very high level, We're mostly including it here to make sure that everyone is aware that far more detailed information can be accessed in our FAQ documents, which we've disseminated, as well as through conversations with site-based and district office-based staff. The communication is essential. Next slide. We want to make sure that people know that there is important work to date that encourages us to continue making progress on what is, again, a multi-year process of increasing access to rigorous coursework while ensuring students receive the support and or the extension that they need. And that graphic below, the circle graphic, represents that at each step of the way, we as staff reflect on and continue to improve our practices. So if you'll click, we can kind of take a peek at what's next in school year 22-23. In which universal access is planned for English courses district-wide in 7th, 9th, and 10th grades, and in math and science 7 at La Colina, and in social studies 7 and 8 at La Cumbra. There we go, thank you. Yep, take it, you can leave it there, yep. I'll say it again as you read it. Universal access plan for 7th, 9th, and 10th grade English courses district-wide. 2 subjects in addition to English at La Colina, and that's math and science, and social studies will be experiencing universal access in grades 7 and 8 at La Cumbra. Effective implementation of universal access requires deep, intentional, and carefully orchestrated collaboration. And so to understand how it works in practice, the model of universal access, it's most helpful to hear from those doing the work. And with that, I'm going to bring up Allison.
Thank you, Sean. Good evening, board members and Superintendent Maldonado. Once again, I'm Allison Quijano. I'm the Instructional Support Specialist for English Language Arts. It's my honor and my privilege to support all of our junior high and high school English teachers in the specific instructional and assessment practices essential for implementing universal access with fidelity. We want to be clear about how honors designation will be earned. Our criteria for earning honors designation requires students to consistently demonstrate achievement that exceeds grade level standards, setting a high bar, while at the same time aligning with our district's equity goals by providing the same standards-aligned curriculum and not by requiring additional projects to be completed outside of class time or by offering experiences that require additional resources that may not be available to all students. To earn honors designation, students need to consistently demonstrate achievement that will be measured by common assessment rubrics created by each grade level and content area. These common rubrics ensure students must meet district-wide criteria that's aligned to grade level standards, and that it is not simply up to an individual teacher's discretion as to which students will earn honors credit. The specific assessments, approximate dates, and details will be described in the syllabus for each course. Let's take a look at an example from 7th grade English. Next slide, please. Thank you. My apologies, I'm trying to advance my slides at the same time. This is my first time up here, so forgive me. So one of the key skills required by our Common Core state standards that carries across all secondary grade levels in English is the ability to cite textual evidence to support a student's analysis of a text. Here, if you'll click please, you can see that in 7th grade, students are required to cite several pieces of evidence from the text to support their analysis. The ability to do this consistently and with different types of texts is an example of what it would mean for a student to meet the 7th grade standard for this particular skill. When we create our rubrics, we look to the 8th grade standard to determine what it means to exceed the 7th grade standard in a particular skill. If you'll click again, please. Oh, great, thank you. The ELA standards are vertically aligned K-12. And with each increase in grade level, the individual skills must be mastered at a deeper and more complex level. In this particular case, to exceed the 7th grade standard, students must be able to determine that the evidence they're citing is that which is most relevant to their specific analysis, and that there is sufficient evidence to fully support their ideas. Pretty rigorous for 7th grade, no? Next slide, please.
Let's take a quick look at one more example. These are both standards that have to do with argumentative writing. The first requires students to compose a clear claim, and the second requires students to support that claim with evidence. If you'll click, please, again for me, and again. Thank you. Again, you can see how the skills get progressively more complex as the grade level increases. These specific examples come from 7th grade English, but similar criteria aligned to standards and clearly defining what students are required to do to exceed those standards are in development for all 4 core content areas. It's important to note here that students who register for honors and students who register for college prep are not accessing different curriculum. The curriculum, the standards, and the assessments are the same for all students. Teachers will offer differentiated instruction, support, and extension opportunities. Ultimately, if a student who is initially enrolled in CP demonstrates achievement that exceeds grade level, they will earn the honors designation. Teachers do not decide if students earn honors. They evaluate students' achievement based on common rubrics to determine if they have met or exceeded standards. Now I'll turn it over to Ms. Clancy Chu, Principal of Goleta Valley, to explain how this will be phased in over the next several school years.
Thank you, Allison. Good evening, board members, Superintendent Maldonado. So now that we've explained how it's determined whether a student is demonstrating learning at an honors level, we'd like to explain how this will be implemented in a phased approach at both the junior high and the high school level in the upcoming school years. So we're going to start with junior high, and I'm going to walk you kind of briefly through this graphic here. So starting next year in the 2022 school year for all 7th grade English classes district-wide, and for certain additional courses at specific schools, students are going to register for either an honors class, which will have the honors designation, which will have the H designation, or a college prep class that will be designated with a P. Those students who register for the college prep, they will be allowed the opportunity to demonstrate that they are achieving learning at the honors level and thus earn that H designation. So for the following year, the 23-24 school year, all students will then register for English 7 and 8, or 8, and there will be no honors or college prep distinction, so no H or P at that point. For the other core subjects, students will still choose the honors or the college prep, but in all classes, students will have the opportunity to demonstrate learning at the honors level, just as it happened in English in the prior year. So in the 24-25 school year, all junior high students in all of their core classes will have the opportunity to demonstrate that they are learning at the honors level and earn that honors designation. So there's one small note there. We do want to note that this plan does not impact students who are selecting math compaction, as that is a course which represents an accelerated math course sequence. So that's the one exception. Next slide, please. So when we move to the high school space, universal access applies only to English 9 and 10. So starting next year in the 22-23 school year, students will again register for either honors, having the H designation, or college prep with the P. But again, those students who register for college prep will have that opportunity to demonstrate learning at the honors level and earn that designation. In the 23-24 school year, students will register for English 9 or 10. There will not be the H or P designation, and all students will have the opportunity to demonstrate learning at the honors level. So that is the phased approach over the next 3 years. So with these plans in place, sorry, next slide, skip that part. With these plans in place, and as promised in last week's webinar, we have produced an overview of our Universal Access Implementation Plan. And as you can see here in this graphic, it is aligned to the 4 domains of the SWIFT framework that Sean spoke to earlier. The planning team has included district administrators, which include Superintendent Maldonado, site principals, assistant principals, our instructional support specialists. And this entire process has been reflective and it's ongoing, and specific district and site personnel will further develop this plan over time. Next slide, please. So we want to now, we want to share a little bit about each of those domains that we just showed you that we're aligning with the SWIFT framework. And each of those domains has several key elements and then some specific action steps that we'd like to share with you. So the first domain is that of administrative leadership. So universal access, we recognize and acknowledge, is a coordinated effort that requires a range of roles and responsibilities. But as we look at this domain of administrative leadership, we're really looking at the 2 key areas of strong site leadership and educator support system. And so when we're talking about the site level, this leadership involves us as principals, our assistant principals, our deans, our counselors, our MTSS TOSAs, and our site leadership teams. And here tonight, I am the one voice, but I'm here collectively speaking for these teams, and I can confidently share with you that we are 100% committed to this work, and we definitely own this work. And so some specific action steps that fall under the administrative leadership that you'll see here is we are aligning the implementation of this work within our site plans. We are developing master schedules that are ensuring equity of access for all of our students. We're creating, implementing, and participating in professional learning that has already been taking place. It's continuing through the summer and planned already for next year. We're supporting our teachers. We're providing them with actionable feedback on a consistent basis. And lastly there, you will see we are designing and implementing tiered support, some of which are already in place in our schools. We have things such as learning support that is already embedded within the school day. We have things such as writing centers that are supporting students in their writing skills. Some partnerships with such as Peak that is providing additional tutoring. So those are just a few examples of those tiered supports. Next slide, please. So moving to the next domain, which is the integrated educational framework. Again, the key elements here are our organizational structures on our sites and our school culture. And I have to say that this domain really gets at the heart of the work. It's the day-to-day implementation. It's really what keeps student learning at the center. And really, it's where teachers continue to grow their skills and hone their craft so that they ultimately are driving student outcomes through engaging, rigorous, and student-centered learning environments. So the key action steps that we've outlined here, first is implementing our effective professional learning communities. These are weekly collaborative times where our teachers are designing, then they're implementing and analyzing instruction, and it's continuous work that happens. We're identifying the priority state content standards as well as the the ELD standards, and this again is ensuring that all of our students are receiving the guaranteed curriculum. There's the design of the inclusive academic and social emotional instruction. And really, again, this is about ensuring that all of our students are receiving both the necessary supports as well as appropriate challenges to push their learning. There is the delivering of culturally and linguistically sustaining curriculum and instruction. And again, just focusing on the assets that our students bring to the classroom and really connecting to those assets. And then lastly, you'll see there the design and administering of quarterly common assessments and establishing district-wide common criteria. And those really are the avenues which come together to enable us to determine if a student is demonstrating learning at an honors level. So now I'm going to pass it back to Sean for the other two domains.
Thank you, Clancy. Trusting partnerships with families and community are foundational to the success of any initiative. What that looks and sounds like includes eliciting input and feedback on an ongoing basis and in an open-ended way. The identification of mutual interests and goals for all students. The clear communication of course expectations at the outset and even prior to the beginning of a course, as well as communicating about student progress and ultimately student status in relation to earning honors designation. Communicating about opportunities and resources that support student success. You heard some examples of those from Clancy. It includes supports both within and beyond the school day, such as tutoring. So it's not just about students having the opportunity to demonstrate honors level learning, but also having the supports to be coached up and equipped to demonstrate that learning. And finally, identifying specific targeted community partnerships and establishing MOUs to bring in additional supports. Next slide. The final domain is focused on inclusive policy, structure, and practice, and it's really about district responsibility and action. First of all, coherence. We recognize that we have, as Superintendent Maldonado said before, we have lots of efforts that we are busily working on, and part of our job is to link the different initiatives so people can see how connected the work is. I hope you're seeing that come through in our presentation tonight. I also want to just acknowledge that it seems that you may have received some correspondence and questions that have surfaced about certain structural considerations like class size, so it's an opportunity for us to clarify that while we're always looking to make investments in smaller class size as our budget allows, we want to be clear that the implementation of universal access is not contingent on any specific class size. Another feature of our action, another action within this domain, is to implement the cycles of inquiry that we have been working on and perfecting over time, and actually this is a real catalyst for taking those to the next level. And finally, the district must be held accountable for the outcomes we intend. So we're partnering with UCSB to assist us by monitoring and evaluating our progress, even as we ourselves establish the long-range metrics that we will use to evaluate our own effectiveness. And final slide. So as staff, we're returning to this graphic here where we started. We've heard the mandate from our students, including at our most recent and very impactful State of the Schools event. We've witnessed the efforts of our school staff, our teachers and principals, our counselors and support staff, their efforts to eliminate barriers and achieve the representation that we know we are capable of and which our students deserve. We staff have studied the data associated with these school-based efforts over multiple years, and we're prepared to provide the specialized and intensified support to do things differently in order to achieve different results. And finally, we join an ever-increasing number and variety of districts across the state in expanding access to rigorous learning for all students. At its core, that's what universal access is all about. And with that, we conclude our report, and our team here is available for any questions or comments you may have.
Are there any public comments?
We do have one request to speak. Elise Bahabian? Oh, Bahabian, okay, thank you.
My name is Elise Babahanian. My background is I was a high school math teacher and a curriculum specialist with gifted and talented endorsement. We moved to Santa Barbara. I live on the Mesa now, and I have two children, the oldest of which is about to enter kindergarten. And so I'm just getting into all of this and getting associated with it and reading up. And so I do, am I allowed to ask a question? Or do I just speak? I can't ask them questions. Okay.
They can address your comments.
Okay.
You just comment and they'll address.
So while I agree with the goal of this, I do have some hesitations that I just wanted to bring up. one of the slides had said something about not taking away honors-only classes, but then another slide was talking about in the 24-25 year, students will be registering for courses without honors, without H or P designations. And so I am confused on how that is working with not taking away honors-only classes. I do feel like there is benefit to having honors-only classes, both with the teachers being able to take the students in instructor-led training through different levels of Bloom's taxonomy and having deeper discussions, as opposed to giving students independent extension activities or assessing them differently. Honors classes, in my opinion, should feel different than CP classes, and I want to make sure that that is still going to be met. Furthermore, I would want to make sure that we're considering the social and emotional impact that this has on students, and I'm sure we are. But having experience teaching classes of pure remedial students, something that I have seen is a student that perhaps, is remedial and isn't the highest in math, but in a class of all remedial students, all of a sudden, he is the best in the class, and building that confidence and having a safe place for students to ask questions without fear of judgment. Mm-hmm. And then in the same sense, the honors classes, having a safe place for these students to dive deep into their strengths without fear of ridicule. And I just want to make sure that that is all taken into consideration. I do believe that every student deserves to learn at their highest level. And I wonder if we've also talked about the enrollment process into the honors classes, and if that has been looked at before we delved into this plan, and the identification of the underrepresented students, and perhaps how that's determined. So thank you for listening.
Thank you.
And I appreciate it.
And thank you for staying with us. So appreciate that.
Okay, board, any comments or questions? Ms. Alvarez?
Thank you all of you for your presentation. I do have several questions, so thank you and bear with me. Can you elaborate a little bit more on what SWIFT has accomplished? What's our return on investment so far?
So our work with SWIFT is very all-encompassing because MTSS is very all-encompassing. Specifically, we are halfway through an intensive 2-year investment, where SWIFT professionals are working with our first cohort of schools this year, and we'll be working with our second cohort next year. Investment that the board is aware of include our specialized positions of our MTSS TOSAs at each school site. We've seen a couple of frameworks here, but there are many more practices and policies and toolkits that we've been using both to identify students with varying needs and to begin to respond in tiered ways, especially in our cohort 1 schools. So I think at the end of the day, when you say what has been sort of the results of the investment, what we're talking about is student outcomes. And what we do see is where MTSS has been developed and implemented with most fidelity, we are seeing improvements in student standing. So we see we have a system, an early warning system that is based on our student information system, and we see a reduction in students that are flagged in that early warning system. Actually, Bill could also speak to this, but as a site principal, from semester over semester, we see decreases in that kind of need, and we're having regularly team meetings to identify, basically student study team type conversations beyond and before a traditional student study team would occur. So at this point, there's still a lot of variability across our sites. We're only halfway through our professional learning and our engagement with them, but those are the kinds of results we're starting to see at those sites with more mature implementation.
So, and it's early in the process.
It's early in the process, and we see promising results on student data. We have some really exciting student data on credit deficiency from 9th grade that was just calculated today. So
Be great.
significant declines in that.
It'd be great to
Rate, and those
share
rates.
that data with the board. I mean, I want to see it.
Okay, great.
One of the concerns that has been brought, and I counted the emails today were 22, is the lack of communication. And I have to say I agree with that 100%. One of our issues as a district is transparency and clear communication. And this whole process has proven the people who are hesitant about the initiatives and the communication that they are correct. The first time I heard about this pilot was November 2021, when a resolution was being brought forward about the rigorous courses. That resolution didn't pass. And at that meeting, it was specifically requested that more data be brought forward. Here we are in June, the data hasn't been presented, but the plan is already implemented. So I'm having a really difficult time connecting the dots, as Dr. Maldonado mentioned, as how that happened. How did it happen that a request was made, nothing happened until parents started calling and saying, what's happening? Honors and CP are going away. And I emailed Dr. Maldonado and said, what's going on? So that's how it became. So my ask of you is, what communication was presented to the parents by site so that they knew this was coming and they had the opportunity to make decisions for next school year? The webinar was May 31st, correct?
Correct.
That's when a thorough information was presented. And today is a couple of weeks later, and this is already in full speed. What happened here? What did we miss?
Yeah, I can respond in part, and I don't know if Dr. Maldonado would want to respond also, but I would just begin by saying we agree with you that we wish there had been opportunities for earlier communication about what was taking place at the site level, and in all cases was site initiated. And it happened that there wasn't during the midst of the pandemic, and for other reasons, that didn't happen. In fact, by the time we were talking about what we presented to you in October of the fall, we were talking about expanding access to rigorous and differentiated learning. We already had several active pilots, and frankly, they actually go back into 2013 and 14. We've had some ones that are really long-standing. The other thing I think that I can shed some light on is, a real catalyst for us, and it's why the high schools are ahead of the junior highs, which is a little counterintuitive, and it's why English is it's one reason why English is ahead of the other core subject areas, is that the implementation of ethnic studies served to accelerate the trajectory of this initiative in the high school, and specifically the English 9, which then became the English 10 space. And at that moment, families and students, when they elect to take English 9 ethnic studies, were electing to take a class that uses an approach that involves heterogeneous grouping. So that was always baked into the format and design of ethnic studies, and there was a spillover effect that happened very organically in those spaces. We see a real demarcation between what has happened, up to this moment in the high school, and what we are planning to have happen at junior high, which is now orchestrated district-wide. We are talking to you about it in the fall. We're talking with families about it, in the spring. We have put out communication about it at the district and site level, and we anticipate doing that much more so because we see this as a kind of actual beginning of a very planned, orchestrated, intentional process, beginning with 7th grade and then phasing in through future years. So that, I hope, helps with some of the understanding.
So, and the pilots were happening, how were parents informed about that? Or was anybody informed besides what was happening at the site?
Yeah,
How did
since
parents
they were
know
site-based,
this
I'm
was
going to
happening?
defer to Mr. Woodard and see if he can shed some light on that.
Yeah, it's good evening. Hello.
Hi, Bill.
It's important to, I think, point out at the high school level at least, this is only impacting 9th and 10th grade English. The basically the feeding course into AP or IB or dual enrollment courses. All those courses have always existed as the quote-unquote advanced level course. Because the Ethnic Studies 9 course happened during the first year of the pandemic, and as Ms. Carey said, that was done 2020, 21, and successfully feedback from our teachers that were doing it. Kelly teaches English 10, but the feedback on the heterogeneous grouping was positive enough that we expanded that to the kids who had already experienced in 9th grade were going to experience it in 10th grade. And the kids that were coming into 9th grade were going to experience it not only in the 9th grade ethnic studies class, but in the 9th grade other English class as well too. So the teachers were the ones that were communicating that via the syllabus with their students and their families. We were hoping to have a more district-wide conversation about that earlier. So that was the goal of last week's webinar, was to do that, because we've been really eager for a long time now to share what is happening. But frankly, I will say this, because 65 to 70% of our students were already in an honors class that was requiring teachers to differentiate significantly. Having the 30% spread into those sections with the same standards and the same sort of differentiation happening didn't seem like that was such a major departure for what we had been doing. Granted, communicating that about what we were doing and why we were doing it unpacked a lot of things that people didn't know about how students even got into honors. What honors meant. What does it mean to be in college prep? What does A through G mean? So the fringe benefit of all of this is our families are now getting really good information about all of these different types of initiatives that all connect. So that hopefully helps answer a little bit.
Well, it does answer it, but it doesn't change the fact that it was very poor communication. I mean, we all agree on that. And now here we are. It's happening without parents having a choice, because it's so late in the process. And the other question that I have is, have pilots been done at all the school sites before making this initiative? Because I would argue that every school is different. What works at Sonora Junior High is not the same population that you have at La Cumbre or in La Colina. So I'm very, very hesitant, as you can tell, about this initiative and what seems as a very rushed implementation without really solid data, without a clear communication plan. And also, I haven't heard what is the plan for kids that don't have the strong foundation as other students may have to be successful in the higher rigor. What happens? Are they going to fail the class? What's going to happen to those students?
I'm going to take a stab at the first one, and I'm going to ask Kelly if she'll maybe help me with responding to the second part of your question. I think it's really important to be very clear about the word pilot. We were using the word pilot to describe all these different experiences that have happened across sites and over time in different subject areas at both junior high and high school, dating back a decade. And those had been mostly positive experiences. But the word pilot connotes and should mean, and now it does mean in the vernacular I want us to use around universal access, a very intentional plan around which specific desired outcomes are named, and then toward which you can monitor through both qualitative and quantitative data. And on those terms, we have a successful pilot in Dos Pueblos in their English department, and we have those features all present, and that is what we say sort of measures up to our standard of what we call a pilot. So it's based on that data, it's based on those things existing that we are recommending that we expand this implementation of the approach of universal access across the district, and as well as initiate it in junior high because of the successful experience of that pilot at Dos Pueblos. The first thing I'll say, just to segue to the second part of your question, is just that the students you're asking about are students we are concerned about regardless of which classroom they are in, who their learning peers are, and in many cases their teachers are the same teachers who may be teaching a different group of students the next period. So whether we're talking about the student, we're always worried about those students and paying attention to their needs. And if we think about it from the perspective of a teacher, most times teachers are teaching the full range of students. It's just not maybe in the same room at the same time presently in all spaces. I don't know if you want to add to that at all, Kelly, about specific strategies or supports.
So again, as has been said, I teach English 10, so, but I will take a stab at talking to you about both English 9 and 10, just because we've worked quite a bit together this past year in terms of curriculum and development and philosophical alignment and all of those things. And I apologize, I'll probably be repeating some things that you've heard on the webinar, but I think that they're worth repeating again out loud and for the public who hasn't perhaps yet seen that webinar. But I think that the most important thing is, as Bill pointed out, we were already differentiating in a really dramatic way in English 10 honors. We were already serving a lot of students who were coming in with, frankly, unprepared for an honors curriculum, but they were in our class, so we were going to serve them anyway. So we were differentiating for them already. And this just made it more intentional, and it was actually really helpful to have the vertical alignment between English 9 and 10. So one of the methods that we were using was trying to meet students where they are by making sure that when we're looking at our curriculum, first of all, starting with it being at-level curriculum. So that was really important, that we weren't trying to provide students with something that was below grade level, right? We wanted to make sure that there was a level of rigor and expectation for all students. And then taking that and figuring out how do we take this curriculum and provide it to students in a manner that would, again, meet them where they are. So that might mean providing support and scaffolding for students who need that additional support and scaffolding, but then offering extension opportunity or just frankly less support and scaffolding for those that didn't. We also have embedded into most of our universal access classrooms special education teachers who are supporting us. And I think that for me that was actually the most important resource that I had in terms of supporting students because those teachers were able to offer us really specific guideposts in terms of supporting students who needed accommodation and differentiation that might include different, let me gather my thoughts. They were able to provide us with some guideposts that helped us by thinking about what our special education students needed was a really good jumping off point for thinking of what other students who were not yet prepared for English 10, but were in our classrooms anyway. That gave us a good starting point to figure out, okay, how can we then differentiate this in a manner that meets these students' needs? I mean, I have to say, it's not easy, right? Because you're differentiating for students that includes special education students, EML students. You're differentiating for students who just frankly weren't prepared for English 10 for a variety of reasons. We're just coming out of COVID, so we had that learning loss, which is really real. So figuring out how to support all of those students that were on the lower end of the spectrum of what their needs were, but then also taking that and looking at it. I also teach advanced course levels in English 12, so IB English 12. So looking at where they need to, I know they need to go if they want to take AP or IB or our dual enrollment classes, and then figuring out how to differentiate for those students as well. So I think that the long and the short of it is, it's not easy, and I don't think that it was perfect, but looking at my grade books, I would say that there was no noticeable difference, and I haven't sat and crunched the numbers myself. I have been a part of that data collection, though. I know that data does exist. And so looking at that data and looking for red flags, because of course, right, we're teachers, we want what's best for our students. So we want to make sure that we're not asking too much of students or not asking enough of students. And so finding that, I think all of us were really careful about watching our grade books and making sure that we weren't all of a sudden giving out far too many A's or all of a sudden having a spike in DNF rates. So, and monitoring that and monitoring where, getting student feedback. I don't know that I've ever asked for as much student feedback as I have this past year in terms of, how are you doing? How was that? what did you need in that I didn't give you? And what worked, right? What was really helpful to you? So student feedback this year was almost a constant to check as a check for myself in terms of what I was providing for students. I hope that helps.
Well, thank you. It sounds like you're an excellent teacher, and the students are very fortunate to have someone like you that really cares about them. So thank you for doing that. And I do have other questions. I don't know for whom. We mentioned a little bit about class sizes. For a long time, teachers have been concerned about class sizes. Today, I was reminded that we actually decreased class sizes a little bit, so we're now at 30-1. So the teachers who are hesitant, not like you, but the teachers who are saying, now we have to prepare different lesson plans, we have 30 students, we have different grade levels, how do you expect us to do that? Were those voices heard? How are those teachers? I also have some teachers that have said, you know what, honestly, I didn't express what I really felt because I didn't feel comfortable. So I'm expressing it for them. And so that's one component, Ms. Carey, and I know you'll answer this. The other component is, which is I also need clarity. In one hand is saying, oh, the honors designation is not going away. But then there's a slide that said it is going away. How is that going to impact the students' GPA? Or is it?
Okay, and just to comment also before you get to that, I'd like to also have the other board members have an opportunity to ask questions or comments.
I'm sure everybody
right
will
after
get a
that.
turn. Thank you.
Yeah, it disheartens me to hear that people wouldn't respond honestly. Part of our process, and I'm not saying that that's not real. What I will say is, I think one thing we can help do is to clarify, sort of the scope of the initiative. It's not small, but it's also somewhat contained and limited to specific grades and PLCs. So when we're talking about, say, Science 7 at La Colina, we're talking about 3 teachers who are working very closely with, in this case, Nellie Hill. And so we, have had multiple encounters already before the work even begins in earnest over the summer, where they're going to be taking multiple days in the lead into next year. And this is a very tightly coherent PLC. Science 7 at La Colina, shout out. So we feel like we have many indicators that help us to feel confident that we have a good read on the teachers who are opting into universal access. And if there are teachers who feel like they have been pressured into that yes, it does not conform with the read and the evidence that we are getting. We have seen some teachers express concern or even philosophical disagreement, and in some cases those are teachers not impacted by what is happening, not directly impacted by what is happening, but those have been very rare in our experience. So all I can do is encourage those folks to find somebody that they do trust to speak on behalf of them, and like you're representing right now. So I just can't help but respond to that one first. That's the one that hits my heart the most, because we feel like we really know who these teachers are. We've been working with them closely already. And if there are outliers, we want to know about those folks and help them regardless, help bring them along, or help them find a place of more comfort for them. With respect to class size, Dr. Becchio would be able to tell you better, but what we're actually seeing is when we lower class size from 35 to 30 as an average, we actually see classes that are sometimes in the low 20s, and we see some that are above 30. So that's just part of how a master schedule works. And so there are some classes. It has actually more to do with staffing and enrollment at schools and physical space than it does, that certain classes have reduced class size, with the exception of ELD classrooms, math support classrooms. We make an extra effort to make sure that those types of classes have smaller numbers to the extent that, again, our budget and master schedules allow. For the clarification about the honors, I can certainly understand the confusion about the honors-only classes and the way that that's phrased. It's certainly speaking to the early phases of implementation. It is the vision that ultimately there won't be segregated honors and CP classes, partly for the reasons that you heard Mr. Woodard and Ms. Savio speak to, which is they were not anywhere near homogeneously grouped for the honors classes, and they were far too heterogeneous, or far too homogeneously grouped for the CP classes. I know that was kind of a mouthful, but we just did not see appropriate representation in either one of those two spaces. Historically, we have not. So I will be clear that is the vision that there are, and I'm going to use the word segregated spaces, because we have not used other metrics to clearly define until now what it means to be honors or not to be honors. That is not the same thing, though, as taking away honors. It is taking away that you just get honors because you sign up for honors, but we are still recommending that honors designation in the case of high school honors credit, which confers a weighted grade for your GPA, is still in place, and that all students will now have the opportunity to access that, as opposed to being locked into whatever the course request was.
And one last question, Ms. Munoz. Students right now have the opportunity to self-designate. So they already have universal access. What makes us say that that is the issue that we're targeting, the access, and not something else?
I really appreciate the questions at the crux of the matter. We disagree that they have universal access. So we have tried over a decade and more to have our advanced courses, and by advanced courses in secondary, I'm talking about in the high schools, advanced placement, international baccalaureate, dual enrollment, and honors classes, which are, again, English 9 and 10 in high school. We are unique. We're actually out of step as a district in even having honors offerings in 7th and 8th grade at this point. That's a more antiquated structure. I think I'd be remiss not to say that here. And so we have tried to say, okay, well, if we're going to have honors, if we're going to have these advanced course offerings, how do we reach down? How do we recruit? How do we identify? And we even called them hidden students. And really what we meant was traditionally underrepresented students, because what our data from the pilot shows us is that students have not been having universal access, even though technically they can select an honors level course. I'll give you a couple of examples. One from our pilot at DP, we have identified in specific numerous, I'll just say multiple individual students who signed up for honors and can't perform at an honors level on the common rubrics or even at grade level. And Ms. Savio spoke to that somewhat obliquely, but that we have the data for that. We also identified multiple individual students who signed up for college prep and who absolutely could perform and demonstrated that they consistently perform beyond grade level. And that is the tension that the teachers have been living, that we have the hard data behind now to say, we have this open access system, we have no barriers to enrollment in advanced courses, we have eliminated things like prerequisites, which used to exist, we have eliminated things like you must be gate identified, which used to exist when I taught a world history gate class, a lifetime ago. So we have continued to take down these barriers, and yet we see these very persistent patterns. And that graphic, I know I'm a little bit too maybe focused on it, but the one that shows us these are the rates of enrollment in honors classes in junior high, and even though technically an individual student may move in and out of these pathways, what we see is that they don't. That in the aggregate, the students' enrollment in advanced classes absolutely breaks down by ethnic lines and racial lines so stubbornly, in spite of outside partnerships with groups like Equal Opportunity Schools, concerted efforts in family outreach, information nights, phone calls, teacher recommendations to say, hey, you belong in an honors class, I want you out of this class. So all those efforts have been made over these many years, and we feel like it's now really just the system, the institutionalized and systematized, not intentional, it's unintended, but it's the systemic bias that's in the actual structure. Mm-hmm.
Okay, certainly. Thank you, Ms. Carey. Great explanation. Ms. Ford?
Thank you so much. First of all, I just want to say that I was really blown away and greatly impressed by the Level Up webinar. And it was great in so many ways. And I also really appreciate the slow rollout. It's very thoughtful. And I support the vision and the rationale for this move. But I do have a few questions that may be more for you, Dr. Maldonado. The first one is, I was under the impression that SBTA would be publicly supporting universal access. Is this coming? Will it be happening?
As far as I have spoken to Joyce, she has expressed to me that she's fully supportive. In fact, she was part of the webinar here, and we introduced her, and at that webinar, well, not publicly, but she did mention to all of us that she is fully in support of this.
But you are not under the impression yet that they are ready to make sort of an official statement about support?
She was supposed to make one that day of the webinar, and I can certainly ask her to write to the board if that's what the board wishes. But as far as, and I'm looking to the teachers in the room, as far as I have been communicated to, that is supported by SPTA.
Well, I appreciate that. I did write her today, and she's on vacation till mid-August.
Actually, she'll be here Friday.
Okay.
For the discipline
I'm just
meeting,
saying
so
what
I'll
the
ask
email
her.
response said.
Uh-huh.
So my second question is a little bit deeper, and that is, I'd like to know what you envision is the role of the board in this decision, because I know we approve curriculum, we approve materials, we approve big expenditures, we approve school plans, and maybe it was because of COVID, we also approved the different phases or types of schooling that were offered over the past school years, 2 years, distance learning, hybrid, et cetera. So this has really just brought, for me, to the forefront what our role is and responsibility is in this decision. Do you envision that we will eventually vote on it in order to establish support, or what?
So as I've learned about this work, which as Ms. Carey has talked about, that's been going on many years prior to even the pandemic, and beginning with the 2018 resolution of having ethnic studies as a graduation requirement, which this board, well, not this board, but a board approved, which has at its premise this heterogeneous grouping. And as we think about what we do when it comes to creating master schedules, unless I find otherwise in board policy, I think that some of the work that's being done is basically responding to both the ethnic studies resolution, the equity resolution, which was cited earlier with the January 2021 ask of this board to look at some of the ways that the system is structured to continue to perpetuate these kinds of patterns. So I see it as a response to the resolution that the board brought in. If you would like us to bring a proposal for how we create grouping of kids in classrooms, we can certainly look at that. But I see it as something that is within the discretion of school sites to how we group students in classrooms. And sometimes it happens naturally, because as Mr. Woodard was explaining, when it came to the amount of students that end up requesting, whether it was honors or college prep, and as the numbers continue to shift, you will end up through attrition or other ways really creating those kinds of groupings. It happens a lot also in elementary. As we were talking about this in elementary, for example, we end up doing heterogeneous grouping in TK through 6th grade, and it's not until we get to 7th grade that we actually see this disparate pathways that end up happening, which is why Ms. Carey mentioned that we are out of step with many other school districts in particularly the grade 7th and 8th grade space by still even continuing to have honors in college prep. So as I see it, this is something that schools should have been doing, in my opinion. This is just my personal experience and opinion. And I haven't found anything otherwise that would require board action other than we're responding to those two resolutions by the board.
Okay. Thanks. And then for Ms. Carey, I love the fact that you added that there would be an evaluation of the effectiveness of this change. And I was just wondering, I'm sure you've thought about that, so what do you think would be elements of that evaluation?
I think that there are many, but if we were to respond in simpler terms, I think we need to have, again, just for both transparency and accountability purposes, we need some very specific data about the immediate implementation that's already underway and that will be commencing in the fall. And that's the part that the UCSB external evaluator will be focusing on. And so what we've been working to do is identify on what cycles, in what timeframes, and what specific assessment metrics, and actually how can those be compared to ones that are externally prescribed to us, like SBAC and things like that. So we can have some predictive data and see how our work is aligning. The second part then would be for me, the same kind of data we've been living and watching and keeping our eye on that you'll see show up in the Lcap, around our goal 3 and other places. I'm just linking initiatives wherever I can now. And that is, do we see greater proportionality? Because we do see these increases, and increases are great. And we don't want some groups to decrease in order to narrow gaps. We want all students to be reflected in proportionate ways in all of our curricular and co-curricular offerings. And so that's the ultimate macro goal.
I'm just going to take a moment to add a little bit, because I've been in conversations with the researcher over at UCSB, and we're still in conversation with some of the different metrics, grades, enrollment patterns, SBAC results. We will look at some of the rubrics and the common assessments. By the way, I want to say that I am extremely impressed with the fact that we have been able to work with teachers. I should say we. Ms. Quijano and others have worked with the teachers on aligning all of their assessments and the rubric that they're going to be using across the district, not just per school, but across the district. That's a huge achievement in terms of the teachers, and shows their commitment to having this very clear expectation and grading approach to what kids and families should be able to expect of what a student should achieve. And I think that's a momentous achievement just in and of itself, regardless of anything else that we're talking about. So as I talk to Tariq Assam about this, we're continuing. We began that as we were doing the writing of the implementation plan. After the webinar last week, which feels like a lifetime ago, that some of the teachers stayed back and also talked to me about looking at some of the data through the different lenses, because some of it is in-time data throughout the year and some of it is cumulative through the SBAC or CAS program. So those are different ways that we'll look at it, but also just the impact of the change in policy.
It does seem to be a really good opportunity also to dovetail grading practices with all of this, especially standards-based grading practices. So I really appreciate that. Thanks.
Ms. Capps.
Yeah, thank you. I think we could be here a long time, which signifies how important this is. I think I kind of am grouping my first I just want to ask one clarifying question, because you said kind of quickly, but I think it's really important that most school districts have already done a large part of this. Can you affirm that for the public? Because I think that is extremely important.
Certainly for junior high, yes, is what our inventory of districts across the state of California shows us. We do see variability in high schools, anything from just recently Santa Monica saying we're not going to have, and actually we pay attention to districts like that because it's hard to find districts a lot like us.
Right.
And I think that's really important context. So they have just eliminated honors in English 9 and English 10. But we see variability. We see different ways you can earn honors. It's possible to have it in English 10, but not English 9. If you think about the UC-CSU system and how many semesters of weighted grades that they take, you won't really need it in English 9. So we just see a lot of variability in high school, including from not having honors at all to having it, but having certain systems and different kinds of criteria. Or even the split grade. But junior high is decidedly more uniformly without honors.
So I see, thank you. In the plus category of this topic tonight is, the shared vision. Of course, it's 1,000% unacceptable that our classes are so homogeneous. It was the same way when I was a student at Santa Barbara Junior High and Santa Barbara High School, and it's the same now. And these patterns are just entrenched. So we could just be talking about, I think, the passion that all of us have to crack that, and I don't want to just gloss over that because, of course, that's why you're all here. That's the major plus. The second is just how ground up this is. You all in the classrooms are the ones, more than any other issue that I can think of in recent memory, where you're coming to the board, or you're saying this is what we need to do, and that's how we should operate, rather than district down. So thank you for that, and thank you for the clear commitment. An SBTA statement would be extremely helpful. I think Ms. Ford was making that clear politely, but it would be extremely helpful to just really codify where the teachers are on this. And thank you for that excellent op-ed, Mr. Woodard and the other principals. It was just, really well done. And the data is encouraging. Not only our district, but you can see where my mind goes, other districts. So we have to keep that up. But to speak to what has been raised here, we're digging out of a hole on the negative side. There are myths that we're getting rid of honors. And let's not fool ourselves. Like, this is a very divisive time in education. We can't afford to have myths that we're eliminating honors right now. But we do have that from very caring, compassionate, progressive people who care a lot. So I wouldn't just think that we've done a great job with the webinar, and I just checked, 500 people watched it, which is fantastic, but not enough. Like, we have to keep communicating to this, and it should have come to the board much sooner. I mean, that's our role. So I would just offer, as a general guidance, the more things that are bubbling up should equate to what comes here. Doesn't necessarily mean that it's appropriate, that it's in our lane, but if the public is questioning, let's talk about it. This district would do so much better if we just got that. Like, we don't have to drop everything and put out fires left and right, but if things are trickling in month after month about one topic, and you guys are so in it that you didn't really realize maybe that it's a big deal, then just let's do this. Let's not do this at 10, and let's give us more than one time. And maybe it's not a vote, but we have to do better in recognizing that when people care, it's not just going to go away. We have to stop and communicate and over-communicate and do it 11 times, 12 times. So I hope you hear what we're saying. Thank you.
Ms. Sims-Moulton?
Yeah, so I have more of a comment, and first of all, I appreciate the conversation and the presentation, because Lord knows we've been dealing with this for a long time. When we first came on this board about people who are not accessing for one reason or another, and we're digging into it, and yes, part of it is being pushing, and do we have some kinks in our communication? Yes, we do. So we recognize that, and we need to get better at that. And I think that will go a long way, with regards to some of the backlash and the number of emails that are coming I didn't know or didn't understand. So we definitely need to work on that, and I know that you know that. But to the point of where when you're getting rid of something that is a systemic barrier that says I don't belong there, that's huge. Because sometimes you will rise because you're with others who are going there, because you say, I deserve to be here too. And I think that's what's happening here. And I don't want to lose that on the bottom line. Sometimes you're like, oh, if it's honors, if it's this, I don't belong there. All those pieces. And I'm, again, going back with my early learning, how I'm saying to myself, how does First Five and early learning prepare us for this? That you belong. If you've done this work along the way, parents, we've supported you in how you need to teach, or how when you support your teacher. You belong there. You are not labeled C or H, because that tells you you're either there or you're not. That's a reality, right? And because, when my son came to school, and he'll like, Mom, don't say anything, but it comes along the same line, in terms of like when that split happens and that labeling happens at second grade when you're taking a test for GATE or not, and you don't make it for whatever the reasons are. He says, we feel dumb because we don't have everything that's in that class to inspire us. And so sometimes, and everybody wants to be, are on about making sure all of our kids are there. But systemically, just the labels will deter you from even trying. So that's huge in this piece. So that's why I appreciate this conversation. However late we need to talk about it, we need to talk about it, because that's the real that goes on. And that's why we continue to have that divisive, not because it's anyone's fault, but when we know better, we need to do better. And I appreciate Ms. Capson with regards to it's ground up and it's coming from you. like, okay, we got to, you're on the ground and seeing it, in those cases. So very much appreciate it. But I would just echo the comments about we got to get the kink out of the communication. We got to get that out. It's just in there. And we don't want to be known. Santa Barbara Unified, they cannot communicate. No. We don't want to be known for that, but we are, right? Just in terms of those pieces. But I just do appreciate this conversation, certainly all the comments from the board members and, the responses from both you and Dr. Maldonado. And I am ready for this district to move and do and be what we can be. And stop being labeled. Just we try to get rid of them systemically. Let's work on us too. So let's not be the kink in the communication.
Mr. Kelly?
Thank you so much for your report. I'm super optimistic on what this will bring to our district, and I know I've seen with a lot of my friends and peers how these classes and the systems that we have in place are just perpetuating the inequities that they were born into. So I know we mentioned a lot about how teachers are involved, but I was wondering if you could touch a little more on how are we going to consistently involve students in this process? Because I know I've heard a lot of mixed reviews from students who are in the pilots, so how are we getting their input?
I'll say something globally, and then anybody else can chime in who has an additional thought. We, in the pilot that we conducted this last year, we were really, you heard Ms. Savio speak to just almost a new paradigm for engaging students, where student feedback and feedback loops were just an ongoing reality as opposed to something that either was absent or just episodic. Also, there were very intentional practices like student surveys, which yielded both quantitative and qualitative data. We can share those with you if you're interested to see that piece. Of course, we heard the individual student voices both in the webinar from 2 weeks ago as well as in State of the Schools address. And we tend to feel that those voices are more representative than not. I do want to acknowledge that we do have student voices and parent voices. I know Mr. Woodard from PTA meetings and other exchanges, and I want to appreciate Ms. Savio for saying it hasn't been perfect. There are places where we need to be clearer about sort of how the experience that happens within the same classroom is really different. We're saying differentiated a lot and things like that, but what does that mean and look like exactly in terms of the text we read, the assignments that we have? And what we have found is there's actually much more there that can be explained than we are being very intentional about communicating. So we do hear those voices also. And I don't know if anybody, I think I've covered a lot of that, but I don't know if anybody else wants to add. Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, it is a great question. And I'll just say that in some cases, we're farther along in this work. In the English 9 ethnic studies space, for example, we've had 4 full semesters now of iterating on this class and this curriculum and this experience for students. And at the end of each one of those 4 semesters, we've collected student feedback data, reviewed that data, and used the student feedback to iterate on, refine, improve what's happening in the classroom, right, the student experience. And so just as those classes have now had 2 full years of implementation, we continue to learn from that student feedback, and we use it to inform the professional learning that we're doing with teachers over the summer to prepare our 7th grade teachers and those teachers who will be joining us newly in this process. So it's not perfect yet. It won't ever be perfect, right? Striving for perfection is something that teachers always do and is never attainable. That's the hard thing about this job. But we do continue to learn and use that feedback to refine, to support teachers more effectively than we have in the previous iteration, and we'll continue to do that.
That is a great question. I would add, as Ms. Carey said, I've been in conversation with lots of parents at PTSA meetings and at our site about it, and watching it over 2 years, both as principal, but also as a parent of a student who is a rising 10th grader who went through in 9th grade ethnic studies, heterogeneous, went through 10th grade heterogeneous, a very high achieving student, and she is well prepared for her IB class next year in English. That is, of course, I'm getting other parents and sharing their own students' experiences, and when they have had issues and challenges with what's happening, we've been able to use that to help improve the practices. So it's an ongoing process to make it better. Having been a teacher who taught AP English for 10 years, and and had lots of students reaching into my AP class, it did not take away from the experience of the advanced students. In fact, it made it better. It's going to make it better for our EML students to be around students that are having a wider range of vocabulary, that are more curious. It is going to have benefits for all of our students, not just those that are needing more support. And I've been here since 2004. This is the direction we need to go as a school district. Our teachers want it to happen. They are 100% on board at my school and across the district. It's not going to be a cure-all, but it's a better way to prepare more students for a more rigorous experience in high school. And as AP and IB teachers, they have a vested interest in making sure their kids are prepared for their classes. They just want to prepare more.
Thank you so much. It means a lot that you are all so invested in student voices. I encourage you to invite students to be a part of the decision-making processes if you're able to do so. Also, just moving forward, because I do believe that this should be addressed more, and I hope that the board will have a say in this. Moving forward, more concrete data on like feedback and how scores have improved, and also thinking like if we've done this for 2 years and one of those years was fully remote, do we have enough data to continue forward, or does it make sense to wait a year to collect more data in an environment on what school will look like when we're fully implementing this? So I guess just to think about that. But thank you so much for this report. I'm really excited to see what happens, because we do need this.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. I certainly appreciate, the preparation and the time that you're here. I know tomorrow morning you have to get up and go again to the schools. Pardon? Yes.
First of all, I want to thank Ms. Kelly, Savio, and Allison for being here so late. I know that it's beyond the time. I do want to just acknowledge the board's comments around the communication, and it will be part of the SWIFT elements. As you'll notice, the SWIFT elements, we sort of had this moment of understanding ourselves that the administrative and the educational parts of the 4 SWIFT elements we're very good at. The part about family engagement, which includes this communication piece, and the structures and policies and procedures, is an area of growth for us as a district. So I just want to kind of mark that this is a benefit of having the SWIFT model sort of guide our thinking and our ensuring that we cover all bases is one of our big learning outcomes, and that's where we have been able to gain great benefit. And we will be added, because of what you just mentioned, Mr. Kelly, in the family engagement, family/student engagement. So I just want to just assure the board that I'm listening to these comments and hearing some of the concerns you're bringing up, and how those will be addressed going forward. But I also want to say, I have to say that I want to have some grace and compassion for the fact that our teachers and everyone has been through an incredible year, including up to January, February, having lots of different changes going on with Omicron, and I don't want to lose sight of that, because I know it feels like that was a lifetime ago, but I just want to extend that understanding and compassion to everyone, so thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Maldonado. I had a question about the implementation plans regarding like La Colina and La Cumbre. Will there also be classes that are offered at Santa Barbara Junior High and Goleta Valley Junior High?
Yeah, so just to clarify, English 7 at all 4 junior highs will be using a universal access approach. So we're district-wide in English in grades 7, 9, and 10, with the plans to bring along 8 next year, because that's that wave of 7th graders will then be in 8th grade. And then additional PLCs, as you see named there, 7th and 8th grade social studies PLCs at La Cumbre, and math and science PLCs in the 7th grade at La Colina are the additional PLCs that will be implementing universal access. And we determined that, you didn't ask this, but I'm going to just slip it in there. We determined that because we established really clear criteria. What does it mean to be ready and to be committed to doing the work? Because if you're not doing it with fidelity, then we're not having a pilot. Then we're having just an experience. So we said this is what it means. This is the components, and these are the people who can make the time for the summer learning. These are the people who have a common understanding with their instructional support specialists for their respective areas. So those are the kinds of conversations that I'm thinking about when I'm responding to Ms. Alvarez's questions. Like, we've been so deeply involved in conversations with these PLCs that we've been using something in common, which is a readiness checklist to determine which ones are ready for implementation.
And so going forward, then Santa Barbara Junior High and Goleta Valley Junior High will have?
English 7 next year.
Right, but in addition...
English 8 the subsequent year. And what we'll start doing is, as you saw with the junior high timeline, we'll start building out to those other subject areas. I think it would be remiss not to represent that we've actually, in many cases, more than the other way around, we've actually had to sort of say wait to PLCs. We've got English 8, I'm thinking Allison knows them, English 8 at Santa Barbara Junior High specifically, social studies PLCs at Santa Barbara Junior High, and we've had to say, we can't do everybody all at once well. We're going to build on our strong foundation of success, and we're going to implement at the pace of our, back to the SWIFT framework, at the pace of our ability to support the infrastructure that is needed for successful implementation.
Excellent. Okay.
We've had to ask people to be patient more than anything.
Thank you, because of course with, similar to ethnic studies, which started with the students, we want equity for students regardless of what school they attend. And I think that, just from the comments that my fellow board members are making, I think we all share that sentiment, because we can talk about equity, but one of the things that I have heard, seen with folks either in emails or concerns is, well, we want equity, however, if we want equity and we're really truly progressive as a community, we need equity. I certainly, in terms of the way that Ms. Sims Moulton said earlier, with my kids too, it was like, well, why aren't you in that class and stuff? And so that's what we want to have, students that are now saying, well, God, now I'm a senior and I could have, this and that. But no, if we're truly dedicated to equity, we need to have it. And I think that this plan and the framework is very well thought out. It's very planned, and that it's, and I'm looking forward to seeing the data from it. It's very exciting. So thank you.
So, Board President, I would like to, in the interest of time, we're agreeing to pull item number 4, but we do need to have item number 3 go forward because it does require, it's a grant and requires 2 readings before June 30th. And I'll get back to you on number 5. Or actually, I think we need to also go through with number 5. Thank you.
Hello? Yes, okay. Thank you for sticking with me so late. If you need to do little toe flexes under under the bench or do some wrist movement, let's see if we can power through. So, good evening, school board, Superintendent Maldonado, students, community members who are still with us. You will notice that I am not Sean Carey. I am Tiffany Carson. I am our district's coordinator of college and career readiness. And the purpose of this presentation this evening is twofold. It's one, to provide an update on our progress towards increasing our A through G rates, which is one of our student-centered goals, and to ask the board for input around the A through G Access Grant that Santa Barbara Unified has been awarded. And thank you for letting me continue tonight because, as Dr. Maldonado said, there's a time crunch on this. Next slide, please. So this is the lens through which we focus our work. We've seen this anchor graphic a number of times, and on it we've listed our student-centered goals, and you'll see that that second goal is that we have as a district is increasing A through G preparation for all students. And so this work happens at our school sites and our district office. Next slide, please. So as we begin our updates, I'll take a quick moment to review what A through G means.
So A through G requirements were developed by the University of California and the California State University, and those UCs and CSUs developed A through G to identify the minimum requirements a student would need to be eligible to apply for a California public university. And the letters A through G each correlate to a subject area. And so on this slide, you can see what they correlate to. And as we've shared in prior presentations, the requirements for a student to graduate from Santa Barbara Unified are not the same as UC CSU A through G requirements. So while we strive for every student to be A through G eligible, we know that we have students who graduate with a diploma who do not meet A through G eligibility. Next slide, please. So we're about to present some of the data on our A through G rates from last year and this year. And I want to lead off with that data by saying our A through G eligibility is increasing overall. And there are increases in our A through G rates across almost all of our demographic groups. I will highlight the ones where we are not seeing an increase. And continuing with the conversation that we had earlier, there continues to be significant disproportionality between the A through G completion rates for our students who are Latinx in comparison to our students who are white, and low income or socioeconomically disadvantaged students in comparison with our non-SED students. Next slide, please. So we'll begin with our overall A through G rates. You'll see on the left-hand side our district rates, and on the right-hand side the A through G rates in the state of California. So last year, when we gave this data, again, it was at the end of the school year, and the rates that we gave were predictive because we were still collecting grade data and graduation data from students at our June celebrations and also through the summer. So last year, we had predicted that we would have a 57% A through G rate, and you'll see the data when we actually sent it to CalPADS for validation was that we had a 59.5% rate. And this year, we are predicting that we will see a continued increase with our cohort for 59.8% of our students meeting A through G eligibility. This continues to be higher than the state average of 51.8% and the Santa Barbara County rate of 43.7%. Next slide, please. So we'll now begin to look at the data more closely for some of our subgroups, and I'll provide a quick orientation around this chart. You'll notice that each category has two columns. The lighter column is the validated data from 2001, and the darker column is the anticipated data for 2022 based on our recent graduates. So in the all students category, you'll see that the lighter column with data from 2021 is labeled as 59.5% achieving A through G, and the darker column with the data label on the top reads 59.8% of students achieving A through G in 2022. Now below the columns for each category, you'll also see the N for each year, which represents the denominator or total number of students for that category in a particular year. So for example, in the all students category, last year we had 1,452 graduates, and of those graduates, 864 students, or 59.5, met A through G criteria. You'll see on this slide that our rates of A through G eligibility decreased for our students who are graduating as emergent multilingual learners and our students with disabilities. And you'll notice that there were 116 graduates who were emergent multilingual learners last year in 2021, while there were 70 students who were designated as emergent multilingual learners this year. And our students who are reclassified or RFEP are not represented on this graph, but we do monitor that data as well. And so for reference, this year we had 51.3% of our students who are reclassified as graduating meeting A through G eligibility. We had an increase in the total number of students with disabilities who graduated this year, although we did see a 2.4 decrease in their eligibility. And we saw a change in our rates of our socioeconomically disadvantaged students. If we could go to the next slide. So the next slide focuses on race and ethnicity, and not every student population is included in this slide, but we do look closely at the numbers for all of our students, including those who identify as American Indian, Alaskan Native, Pacific Islander, and we also review the data for students who select 2 or more races and who decline to respond. So for this presentation, we are showing the same data that we did last year. And as with first slide, the lighter columns represent data from 2021, darker columns represent data from 2022. And when we review the trends, you'll see increases in A through G attainment for our Black and African American students, our students who are Latinx, and our students who are white. And for our Latinx students, it's important to note that not only did our rates increase from 44.9 to 45.7%, but our total number of graduates also increased substantially. Our Asian student rates of A through G attainment decreased from 82.9% to 80.4%, and so did the total number of our Asian graduates from 76 to 46%. Next slide, please. So what does this data say? As with our presentation last year, we focused on comparing the A through G rates for some of our larger student groups, and we'll start by comparing the A through G rates for our Latinx students over time when compared with the A through G rates for our students who are white. So you'll notice that while our rates do increase for both populations, if you follow the pink trend line, you'll see that the A through G rates are increasing for our white students more rapidly than our Latinx students. And in 2022, our Latinx students made up 54.3% of our graduates, while students who are white only represented 37.3% of our graduating class. Next slide, please. And here we're looking at the A through G rates for our students who are low income or socioeconomically disadvantaged. And again, you'll see that both populations are experiencing increases in their A through G rates. But again, if you're focusing on the pink trend line, you'll see that our A through G rates are increasing for our non-socioeconomically disadvantaged students far more rapidly than those students who are low income. So to remind us of that summary statement, those summary statements that we had on the first slide at the beginning of this presentation, we're pleased that we're continuing to see an overall growth in our A through G rates, and we'll continue to monitor the rates for all of our student groups and continue to emphasize providing support and strategies for our underrepresented school groups. And as we celebrate the increases to our graduation rates and our A through G rates, we do need to recognize that we continue to work towards eliminating the significant disproportionality gap that we're seeing existing amongst our student groups. Next slide, please. So, in an earlier presentation, we talked about connecting the dots, and so this is a graphic that we've shown before. This is a reminder that the work that is being done with our multi-tiered systems of support that we do with the support of SWIFT, the work that we're doing on building teacher capacity, that includes all of the professional learning and professional development that professional learning communities are doing, that we're doing around universal access, that we're doing about grading for equity. All of this work all has a direct impact on our A through G rates and expanding our A through G rates. Next slide, please. I feel like I'm talking very quickly. I apologize. So we've now seen our most recent A through G data, and we've affirmed that A through G preparation for all students continues to be a priority in our district, which is why I'm so excited to pivot us now to discussing the newly released A through G Completion Improvement Grant. So the A through G Improvement Grant came from the AB 130 legislation, which, as you've heard, helped initiate our TK programs. It's also given guidance around independent study programming during the pandemic. But AB 130 in this instance was established to help increase the number of California high school pupils, particularly unduplicated pupils, who graduate from high school to access A through G eligibility accessibility. And when we use the term unduplicated pupils here, as we've talked about earlier, we mean students who are emergent multilingual learners, students who are socioeconomically disadvantaged, and our foster youth. And they are considered unduplicated because while each student might meet more than one of those criteria, we only count them once. If you could keep on that slide, thank you. So in January 2022, school districts were notified that there would be funding coming from AB 130 that would be allocated sometime in the spring. We weren't really sure when it would happen, and we were given our allocation in March of 2022. And the grant has 3 components, and districts are able to receive 2 of those 3 components. So the CDE automatically determined if students were eligible to receive either the A through G Access Grant or the A through G Success Grant based on their 2021 4-year adjusted cohort graduation rate and the percent of students in that graduation cohort who satisfied their A through G coursework upon graduation. So the threshold was 67%. So since our A through G rate in Santa Barbara Unified is less than 67%, we were eligible to receive the A through G Access Grant funding rather than the A through G Success Grant. And then additionally, we also had the Learning Loss Mitigation Grant. So the purpose of the A through G Access Grant is to fund activities that directly support pupil access to and the successful completion of the A through G course requirements. And the grant specifically states that funds have to be used to supplement and not supplant funding from Lcap and from the Learning Recovery Plan money, or sometimes you'll see it abbreviated to IPI. So the funds needed to be used in a way that is additive, it needs to be additional support, and the CDE did provide districts with examples of how the funding could be used, such as professional development for teachers, administrators, counselors. It could be developing a comprehensive student advising plans. It could be tutoring programs, expanded access to coursework, and also paying for AP and IB tests for unduplicated pupils. The Learning Loss Mitigation Grant is first to be used to support students who received a D, an F, or a no credit grade in an A through G course in the spring semester for 2020 or the 2020-21 school year. And those funds were to be used to help students retake courses. And then if there were still remaining funds left over, then those remaining funds could be used to offer credit recovery opportunities for all students to make sure that they graduated on time. So in order to receive the funding, districts are required to put together a grant proposal for how they plan to spend the funds and how they will monitor the grant's success. And so that is the plan that is being presented at this board meeting this evening. And then I hope at the board meeting that we have on June 28th, that with your input, we'll be able to vote to approve the plan that's being proposed. Next slide, please. So I shared on the, as we were in the last slide, that the A through G Access Grant funds need to supplement and not supplant efforts that are currently underway. So in order to ensure that our proposal was additive, a list of current strategies was put together along with a funding source for many of these initiatives. So I'll briefly review some of these current strategies with you now. So multi-year academic plans. This is something that our counselors have been working on for a long time, but this was the first year that there was a commitment that all of the multi-year academic plans would live in the Aries portal for students and parents to be able to access and manipulate those plans moving forward. So that was no additional cost to us. That is work that the counselors through the school counseling plan will continue to move forward. All of our coursework being approved for A through G. So I believe you've been informed of this process before, where we continue to go through our transcripts in partnership with UCOP's transcript evaluation services to identify, are there any courses that are not counting towards A through G? Any new courses that we bring must be approved for A through G. And to be really clear, this includes the coursework that we have for our emergent multilingual learners. All of our ELD, all of our ALD, all of our English support classes count towards A through G readiness. So at this point, the academic plans that we create for our students start with the base being A through G. All of our students are able to take classes that are A through G. If you are a student who has been redesignated as fluent English proficient, you are able to take A through G classes. You are able to have an A through G plan. The only students who do not have a plan for A through G are our students with disabilities who have been identified as having a moderate to severe disability, and they are on a plan for a certificate of completion rather than graduation from our school district. We've also been working with our school counselors to provide in-class presentations about A through G starting from 7th grade in classrooms for all of our grade levels, outreach to families. We've been engaging our entire school counseling team with professional learning from Hatching Results on the American School Counselor Association school counseling model that's funded through the Lcap. We also have, for the first year, this year, we had college and career readiness counselors that were hired for all of our high schools full-time. So these new counseling positions were funded by what's called the K-12 Strong Workforce Grant, which expires on June 2023. So that grant paid for the counselors to be present at all of our high schools this past school year and for next school year. We also have an excellent partnership with CalSOAP, who provide mentors and tutors for our students, no additional cost. And then our Peak and Avid mentors and tutoring centers are available for all of our students. Next slide, please. We also already are paying to reduce the costs for our AP and IB tests for students who qualify as socioeconomically disadvantaged, or even students who are taking multiple AP and IB tests in 1 year. We've also been working to create multiple opportunities for students to take course takes with our transition to our high schools all having 4x4 block schedules. And we're already seeing the benefits for students who need to retake courses, being able to do that in a 4x4 block schedule that they didn't when we were in the traditional six bell schedule at DP in Santa Barbara. We also pay for Odysseyware, which is an online platform where students can retake courses for credit recovery or grade recovery. So if a student has a D in a class, they're getting the credit for the course, but that doesn't leave them being A through G eligible. But students are either able to take the course in real time on the block schedule, or they can take the course in Odysseyware to recover that grade from a D to a C or higher. We have our partnership, as I mentioned earlier, with UC Transcript Evaluation Services, which is free to us. We're very fortunate for that. And then our math team has been working on looking at our math pathways and seeing if how we can continue to make sure that students are able to complete all the way through Math 3. We've been developing our dual language immersion programs to ensure that students have access to rigorous language other than English coursework. And we've got things like our translation and interpretation pathway trying to provide incentives for students to continue to engage in that language other than English coursework, and that comes from the SSP grant. Next slide. So you've seen a little bit of the current strategies, and these are the proposed new strategies that we've put together. So since the A through G Completion Improvement Grant sunsets in 2026, you'll notice that some of these proposals have been written to spread over the next 3 years. So the first one, no costs for dual enrollment. So currently we have students who take concurrent enrollment classes, which is when they are at a high school and there is a teacher, their high school teacher, who is teaching them, and they get college credit for that course. And we also have dual enrollment where students actually go up to Santa Barbara City College and they take courses up at Santa Barbara City College. And so about 58 to 60% of our graduates have at least one college credit course on their transcript or more before they leave. which is pretty phenomenal. However, what we have learned is that even though tuition fees are waived, students are still assessed health fees for Santa Barbara City College. They're still assessed transportation fees. Sometimes they're assessed max unit fees, so there's a certain limit of courses that they can take as a dual enrollment student with no tuition cost before tuition kicks in. And working with Santa Barbara City College, we figure that it's about $100,000 a year of fees that are being collected from our students. So this grant, with working in partnership with Santa Barbara City College, and Dr. Madrigal has been instrumental in helping to craft the MOU for this. We would pay for all of our students' dual enrollment fees, so no Santa Barbara Unified School District student would have any fees in a dual enrollment course or concurrent enrollment course for the next 3 years, with the plan being that we're using those 3 years to then figure out how we can continue it in perpetuity. We also talked about tutoring and study sessions for AP courses on the block. One of the challenges that comes with the block schedule is, for example, you could take your AP course in the fall and then not be in that course in the spring, but the spring is when you have the AP test. So we planned for funding to go to each of the high schools to provide tutoring and study sessions for students who are in AP courses in the spring, AP and IB, so that they can have some of that boot camp to help with the AP courses. We also set aside funding for tutoring and mentorship for dual enrollment courses. The idea being that we're able to hire some of our previous graduates who are now up at Santa Barbara City College to come back and mentor our current students and help tutor some of our students. And we also, knowing that the K-12 Strong Workforce Grant will sunset at the end of the next school year, we'd like to use this grant to fund the college and career counselor positions for an additional year. And then using the money from the Learning Loss Mitigation Grant for Summer of Learning credit recovery opportunities. Next slide, please. So with the current strategies that we have, and knowing that we have this framework of MTSS and universal access and grading for equity, all of those initiatives feeding into A through G, and with the new strategies that we're proposing in the grant, we continue to focus on our student-centered goal of A through G for all. And I would be remiss if I didn't tell you about the groups who provided input into this grant. We had a very quick turnaround time since we got our allocation at the end of March, and then we knew that we had to put something together to present in June. So we consulted with Future Leaders of America, all of the other teams that are up here, and so I just want to publicly thank them for their input. Next slide. And then in terms of the timeline, this is what we're looking at. So the grants were awarded and we started developing this plan in February and May. Today is our initial presentation to you. And then hopefully there will be a vote at the next board meeting on June 28th to approve the plan. And then we'll begin implementation. The CDE still hasn't shared too many details about what they're expecting, but we do know that there will be some sort of first initial report that's coming out in December. And so when we developed the grant, one of the things that we wanted to do, one of the things that we were asked to do was share what the metrics would be to determine the effectiveness of the services and the planned expenditures. And so some of those things are going to include, obviously, continuing to monitor the number of students meeting A through G requirements upon graduation, including the data for all of our specific subpopulations. The rates of students who are enrolled in and successfully completing dual enrollment and concurrent enrollment coursework, because the courses that students are taking for college credit and dual enrollment also count towards A through G. The number of students enrolled in AP classes, taking the AP assessments, and then passing the AP assessments with a score of 3 or higher. And the rates of students who are successfully taking and passing summer coursework for credit recovery and credit learning. Plus, I mean, this data is just important to know and reflect on, so we should have that data and be looking at it regardless of the grant. So last slide, you've now heard all of my A through G updates in rapid fire. We've been able to review the A through G grant plan that was included as an attachment in the board documents for this agenda item. And now I'd like to open it up to questions, comments, feedback about what has been shared and proposed.
We have no public comments to speak.
Ms. Ford?
Thank you so much. First of all, excellent report, great energy. Thank you so much. I don't know if it has to, and so you were asking for feedback. I don't know if it has to be its own separate strategy, but I would just encourage you to think about adding somewhere incentives, whether it's in the engagement, participation in tutoring, or the summer opportunities, just helping students understand that we really appreciate them doing this for themselves. So please consider incentives as part of the grant.
Ms. Alvarez?
Thank you, Ms. Carson, and thank you for the report. It really helps when there's a narrative, so thank you so much. And I'd like to add one thing in there. Everything looks great, and it says that there's going to be support for AP preparation for the test. How about if we include study sessions for LPAC preparation? Because that test's only given once a year. And if we help those students, perhaps we're going to see better results. Thank you, and I'm going to miss you. Thank you for your service, and I hope you consider coming back once you're done with your studies. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? No? Okay, thank you so much.
While Dr. Becchio comes up for the next time, I also want to echo Board Member Alvarez's sentiments about Miss Tiffany Carson, who we are going to miss, and who has already been told that she has a job when she's done with her graduate studies in Illinois, if I'm saying that correctly. We wish you much luck, and thank you so much for setting us up for success. You've given us all the roadmap that we need. Thank you.
Well, good evening, Board President Munoz, board members. Tiffany, I will miss you, but I will be in touch with Tiffany all year long. I promise you, board members, that. And with that, I will go ahead and try to follow her in my presentation. So what I wanted to do with the board tonight is two things. Give you an update on the hiring of management positions. I thought that would be give you an interesting look at what we're up to, what the landscape looks like in that space. And then also, there's another item on this report that is a presentation on the reorganization possibility around early childhood education program and after-school program. So first, this is just a list of positions that we're currently, if you scroll up just a little bit, you can see the full list included in the attachment for you all. Those first three positions there, those are something I put up here as on for closed session appointment, hopeful for that on the 28th. But I actually believe we're going to be ready for that sooner, and I did want to bring forward the idea to the board about a possibility of a special closed session, possibly next Tuesday, that may allow for appointments earlier. It's really important for two reasons. One is we want to finalize things with people quickly around this time so they're not going on to other places or other job offers. And number two, we do have a leadership retreat, a leadership seminar for 2 days on the 23rd and 24th. And if positions are finalized by the board, we can have those people attend that in that capacity. So something to consider in this report discussion item. The other thing I wanted to mention is, if you scroll down, there is an elementary AP position that didn't make it on that list, and I was reminded of that tonight by Veronica, principal at Harding, so I did want to mention that as well. The second item is the reorganization. This was really a collaboration idea between myself. I'm going to present it to you, but it's also worked on by Kim and Fiscal, Steve, Benz, and Escovedo and Ed Services. And so just know that it was kind of a team effort, and the idea is to actually reconsider and go back to an old model that we had previously, which is a director position that oversees early childhood education and the after-school program. And that we have 2 coordinator positions, both classified management. One oversees the daily operations of early childhood education, and the other oversees the day-to-day operations of the after-school program. The advantage of this model, there's a couple things. One is with the expansion of, for sure, the certain expansion of after-school programs, and the possibility of expansion and some changes around early childhood education, particularly with the TK, Universal TK coming on board. That'll allow us to have one certificated management position that is overseeing both those spaces. The other advantage is it allows us to eliminate a certificated management position and have actually 2 classified management positions. The reason this is important is because we have a lot of qualified people in our community to step into the space of daily operations oversight of both these programs that don't necessarily hold an admin services credential. They have a lot of experience in after-school space. They have experience in the early childhood space, but don't hold the credential. And I'm actually seeing that right now in the posting for the after-school program, which is not seeing candidates that have the administrative credential, but I'm seeing decent candidates that do have experience in that space. The other advantage of this approach with classified management positions is that it allows our classified staff to have yet another spot to move into management opportunities. And we really think that's good for our classified staff in providing advancements. If you look at I do want to point out something on the budget part. I did just find a correction that I wanted to highlight. Around that table, you'll see what I did is this would require a change in Daisy Ochoa's position, and that impact would be a net increase cost of $8,000 to have her change from a administrator to a director position. That's all out of Fund 12. And then you see that the change of Kathy Serrano's position, she has moved on, but that position changing to classified management would be a net savings to the district. And then the addition of the classified management position on the early childhood side would be an addition of $96,000, if you're following the table. And that total increase to the budget should say 61919. So 61919. And then I did highlight that these are all changes that are kind of going to come out of Fund 12 or ELOP, or you see some of the other funds that are listed there, ACES, Expanded Learning. There's the ELOP is the Expanded Learning Grant. And then it doesn't have an impact on the general fund budget. So with that, I'd like to open it up. It is a discussion item. I would like to open it up for board input.
There are no requests to speak from the public.
Okay, board comments? Ms. Alvarez?
So, Dr. Becchio, this is repurposing existing position because the board did make a statement that we're not adding any new admin positions. So what you're saying is this is already existing and we're repurposing what's already there.
This would be not exactly. So this is a repurposing of the certificated, it's called the Early Childhood Education Administrator position. That's currently Daisy Ochoa. Mm-hmm. So that's repurposing that into a director position. Cost increase $8,000. Mm-hmm. It is then repurposing the Kathy Serrano position, which was the after-school program administrator, certificated management, repurposing that to classified management position. And then the third move is actually an additional classified management, not administrative, not a certificated administrator position, but a classified management coordinator position for early childhood education. So that is an addition.
Right here, the table that you show, Kathy Serrano, 130,246, and instead classified management for 87,221. So there's a savings of 43,025. Am I reading that correctly?
That's correct.
And then what you are proposing, a coordinator, that would cost 96,590, right?
That's correct.
So, but we need to factor in the 43,025 savings, so that would be a cost that you're proposing of 53,565. Is that, do I follow that?
Well, if you go to I added the 8,000 in because that is an addition.
Plus the 8,000.
The 8,000 is an addition. So that whole right-hand side column is 8,000 plus 96,000 and some change minus 43,000. So that all comes out to 61,919.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
That was my question too. I was doing the math over here. No, I was like, no worries. I was like, okay, wait a minute, where's it at the column? Okay. Right. And the fact that we were repurposing, but adding to not the admin that we said. Yeah, it looks good. I just have a question. So how does this reorg, what's the benefit to that? I know is it better coordination? Is it better oversight? What's the benefit of it?
Well, it'll definitely be having one certificated management director position that's overseeing the high level, the grant compliance, the budget of both programs, et cetera. And then the other advantage is, again, I think having not having the restriction of needing an administrative services credential in both those spaces, but instead being able to seek out possibly current classified employees who are working in the program or have experience in that space to step into the day-to-day operations and managing that. I think that's a huge advantage for us. Even there are going to be outside applicants for that are working in other organizations, do not hold the administrative services credential to be an administrator, but they have a great deal of experience in early childhood or even after-school programs.
Will the work that they be doing require it at some point in administrative? Would they need to, will they be working and like filling in until they're able to get that credential, or it won't be required?
No, it won't be required because the few teachers we have in the space will be the actual supervision, evaluation of those employees will be done by the director position. So we will have that covered, and then they can direct the work and the day-to-day operations of all the employees in that space.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Go ahead.
I think it's very important to remember that we have funding coming from the state with the expansion of the after-school program, as well as the early ed. So we're going to need more support in this area. So the timing of this can't be more perfect. So just wanted to remind everyone of that.
Well, I'm all about more money in the early care, so I'm on that. So, right home.
But we said no admin.
But that's certified, right?
It's fine.
Yeah, okay. I just want to make clarification. Don't start confusion up here, Ms. Ford.
Just clarifying.
Yeah.
Ms. Alvarez?
I'd like to, first of all, thank you. I'm really looking forward to having some internal promotions and supporting our classified folks into a higher level positions. And thank you to Ms. Ochoa for willing to do this. So I'd like to make a motion that we approve this proposal. And it's not an action item.
So it's not an action item, but I would like to bring it back as an action item.
And did you ask for a special meeting next week?
I did want to hear from the board on that. I think it would be advantageous for us to put a meeting on Tuesday for closed session for those, in particular, those 3 appointments that could be coming to us shortly.
Can I make a motion for the special meeting?
Yeah, what time is special meeting? It's got to be an early special meeting. Yeah, I'm just saying I won't be able to make an afternoon one. I'm just saying if we can do a morning, an early morning one.
I will clear my calendar with whatever the board's desire is on that.
Yeah,
that's fine.
I'm up.
Okay. Sure.
So 7:30 would be good? Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
7:30 works for me.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
So to clarify, we'll have a special session Tuesday, the 21st at 7:30 a.m. with the topic being personnel appointments.
Appointments, yes.
And the approval of the plan for the director of early childhood and after school. Or do you want to? No, you're bringing that the 28th.
Right. That is something I'll bring the 28th on action.
Thank you. Just to clarify. Thank you, board members. Dr. Becchio.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And let's see, we'll go to coming events. Let's see.
I'm looking.
Pardon?
I'm just looking where we.
Okay.
Yeah.
Coming events, Juneteenth,
Mhm.
Monday, and let's see, future agenda items. Is there anything? Oh, Mr. Kelly?
Well, I just think it's important that we discuss universal access again, maybe time certain too, so more public opinion, something along those lines. I think that would be good, just so we can get more input.
Training.
I agree. Yeah. And I also second the, not officially second, but echo the sentiments by Ms. Ford and Ms. Alvarez about science of learning and, I'm sorry, I'm tired, of reading, excuse me, to bring that forward because, again, it's gotten a lot of attention from the public and we have not yet really dived into it up here.
And I agree with those 2 items as well.
And then also, sorry.
For the, actually, we have early literacy is the topic that I believe this conversation will fall under for the balanced literacy. Just to clarify, that's sort of how I'm conceiving of that topic, instead of the science of reading versus balanced literacy, but more under the whole early literacy topic.
Yeah, absolutely, making it more broadly, but I think I've been saying we need a fact sheet on what we are teaching, what we're not. I just have not been able to answer basic questions. So as broad as you'd like to make it, it'd be fine.
Yeah, and then, sorry, I forgot to mention this, but with the universal access, just touching a little more on, are academies affected, how are they affected, and things along those lines.
Okay, Ms. Sims-Moten?
Yeah, I just add for Juneteenth. Obviously, that was approved last year in June, but the Board of Supervisors will be adopting a resolution for the county on tomorrow morning. I'll be there tomorrow morning. And then also there are several events up and down North County, South County. I know there's on the 18th, they're in Lompoc, in Santa Maria. They're all starting, and Solvang, starting at 11 o'clock to 5 o'clock. So if you so choose to go up and down that piece. And then in Santa Barbara, they'll be held on the 19th from 12 to 7, I believe. And I also wanted to add a Happy Father's Day that's coming up. There's also on SantaBarbaraCA.com is a list of Father's Day activities that are going in both South and North County.
Okay, and for agenda items, I also wanted to propose public comment in person and then in virtual as a future agenda item for next time. Yeah, okay. Okay. Pardon? So we're going to go to a closed session at this time, and we'll go from there. Thank you.